What's going on, YouTubers? For ladies and gentlemen, it's the Natural Reborn Thriller, or you can just call me Natural Born Thriller. Surprisingly, I'm here because it's Monday night, and you know what that means. It's been a while. Well, it's been since the Raw at the Mania. I haven't done a watch along for WWE RAW. So this will be your Raw after the Slam. In other words, basically the fallout of WWE SummerSlam 2023. Before we get there, obviously, I wanted to do this before the watch portion of this watch along for when we get to watch Monday Night Raw later on, where it pertains to the fallout or whatever's going to happen on SummerSlam. I heard something that's going to happen on SummerSlam, but also pertains to someone of the Asylum in Omega Red. Raw tonight, it's in Minneapolis, Minnesota, which means he's going to be there at the show, and he's going to also be on the stream here. I don't know what to of any extent that he's going to be on the stream as well, but we'll see how that turns out because it will be a loud crowd tonight on Raw, so we shall see how that turns out. So that being said, folks, what we're going to do here is I'm going to bring up a result here from SmackDown from that Friday, and we're gonna get to the results of what happened on SmackDown before we get to SummerSlam. Now I'm going to start the link right now to two of the panels of the Asylum that will be most likely be part of this stream more than anything from the other Asylum members. So just give me one moment. There we go. All right. So once we get to Raw later on, which is going to be in an hour, we will get to that show. But hopefully, I get to everything here first. For example, WWE SmackDown, the Go Home Show edition, I should say, for SummerSlam of 2023. Just give me one moment. Got to make sure I got to go to here and make this a little bit bigger. Or I could just do that. There we go. I think this should be more better. Yes, it is more better. There we go. All right, so let's get to this. So the opening of SmackDown from that week of Friday was you have LA Knight versus Sheamus. Pertains to basically gain one final momentum before going to SummerSlam of the.
Hey, you shouldn't finish. The food's hot.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry about that, folks. I was doing laundry. Basically, yeah, LA Knight versus Sheamus. I think Rich Holland and Pete Dunne of the Pro and Blues were there. They're having a match, and basically it's gaining momentum going into SummerSlam.
Has multiple personalities.
Because the SummerSlam that they're gonna be a part of is going to be against the other participants in the Money in the Bank. I mean, not Money in the Bank. There's no Money in the Bank. I'm sorry. Pertains to the Battle Royal, I should say. Sponsored by Slim Jim. If you want to snap into it. So they're having that match and all that, and all of a sudden we get the participants that basically that was trash talking on the screen. For example, you had Grayson Waller on the screen, The Miz, AJ Styles, Karrion Kross, Santos Escobar. I can't remember who else was on the screen as well, but basically on those that they were announced to be in the Battle Royal of it and all that, right? And I'm watching this and all that, and I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, I know, so the Miz is on there, and I'm like, okay, I didn't think nothing of it, the Miz being on there. All of a sudden, we get the participants coming out, which I hated, by the way. I like, why are they coming out during this match, in this match for? And then I see the Miz, and I'm like, wait a minute, the Miz is not on SmackDown, he's on Raw. Like, this makes no sense to me. All right, Jalen says when the power comes back, he'll join in. Okay. Well, good to have you in the chat, Jalen. For listen, as you're listening to what I'm saying here on the show here, we're saying to SmackDown. Yeah. So, if you can, you could, give your thoughts of it, about the SmackDown show as well on the, in the live chat, and then when you get a chance, maybe you could talk a little bit more about it, what's wrong here as well. But yeah. But I see the Miz out there, and like, why is the Miz out there? He's not on SmackDown. He's on Raw. He's on Raw. Like, unless there was a trade that happened I didn't know of. That would make, I don't know. It was, to me, it was lame what they did here. So so basically, but yeah, the rest of the guys out there, that was that's part of the Battle Royal. Even AJ Styles was part of the Battle Royal. Because we got nothing for you, AJ Styles, for SummerSlam. So this is this is the best we got for you. Kind of like what last year. Well, we got nothing for you, AJ Styles. So we'll still have you be involved in SummerSlam, but you're gonna have you're gonna do a run in, in the aid of Logan Paul. Yeah, 'cause that's a great use for AJ Styles, one of your best wrestlers, and one of the best stars in WWE, and you having him last year helping out Logan Paul. But this year is better because he actually was in the match. So there you go. But the match continue on, and there was a spot where LA Knight does, where it tends to his opponents be on the top rope, and he does this leap that he always does. Even Shelton Benjamin has done this before in the past. This leap that anyone's known for to do. LA Knight is also known for that as well. And usually, when LA Knight does that, because of his size and all that, a guy like him should not be doing that. And this was a good example of why he shouldn't be doing that, because he slips off the rope, but then he has to get back up there. And they try to save the spot wherever, but there was no saving the spot because they end up falling off the turnbuckle, and they took a bump out on the outside. At least I'll say this: at least they didn't get hurt when they landed outside the ring, but it was still bad. And I feel bad for LA Knight too, by the way. Not Sheamus, is I feel bad for him too, but same time, I felt more bad for LA Knight than anything, because LA Knight is the one who needs to be established in the WWE. Sheamus is very well established in that. Only thing he needs to accomplish is become the Intercontinental Champion, which hopefully he does, eventually. If they ever decide to have Sheamus being traded to go to Raw. Hey, if you trade Sheamus to go to Raw and have Miz on SmackDown, and you could do this whole thing with Miz and Grayson Waller, which they kind of tease that. So be my guess. But yeah, basically, so that happened. That spot happened where it got messed up, it got botched, and it was no saving it. So in a way, the stars outside the ring had to call an audible, and they started fighting each other. And I think it started with Santos Escobar being attacked out of nowhere by Awful Theory, and that's when the fight broke out and all that, right? And the fight still and then and at the end, the Miz got involved in some way, and then just called Sheamus to go after the Miz, whatever, to get multi even whatever. And then that's when LA Knight took advantage of it and got the win. Don't remember how the finish happened, but yeah, so that was basically it for that. And not much to say. The match was there was no saving the match after that. So also we go backstage and we see because they gone to commercial, and at the commercial, the OC and the Braun Brutes were backstage, and they were arguing. They were about to get ready to fight, but then Adam Pearce was there, and basically, said, basically telling Styles, I mean not Styles, telling the Braun Roots and the Good Brothers to meet each other in the ring because you're gonna have a match right now, and that's what they did. And then also we see Sheamus and AJ Styles, staring at each other, you know, basically, putting tensions between those two because they're gonna be in the back row as well. So, then we get to the match with the Good Brothers, Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows of the OC going against Rich Holland and Pete Dunne of the Braun Brutes. And the match happens, and I'm saying to myself, okay, so I don't understand why this match is even happening. None of these guys are going to SummerSlam. So I thought we're changing to the Braun Brutes because they end up being part of the Battle Royal at the end of the day. But I'm watching this, I'm like, it was harmless. The match it was, but it was not about the match. It was about what happened, at the end of the match. And what happened in the end of the match was we had the appearance of the Street Profits attacking both teams and beating them up, and they were in suit, by the way. They're even Angelo Dawkins was in a suit. And they took care of the OC and the Braun Brutes. So I guess this match ended by no contest because they attacked both teams. So that's how it goes pertains to that. And that was basically it. And then they got on stage, the Street Profits. All of a sudden, Bobby Lashley comes out. The Almighty comes out, and then the crowds are popping for Bobby Lashley, and they're chanting Bobby, Bobby. And I'm like, wow, I never heard a chant like that for Bobby Lashley before in WWE. That tells you right there that they're liking what they're doing here with the Street Profits and Bobby Lashley being up here. And maybe this is their new Hurt business. Now I don't know if that's what they're gonna call it. If they're gonna call it the Profit business or the Street business or the Hurt Profits, whatever, I don't know. But either way, people are loving this, they're liking this, and they want to see where it's going. And and hopefully they don't drop it weeks later when something gets over and it's getting on organically over, and then they decided not to go all the way with it. So hopefully they can go away with it. If you're gonna go all the way with the Bloodline, you can definitely go all the way with Lashley and the Street Profits, or whatever they're going to be calling themselves. But I digress. But we move on to a video package about Charlotte Flair with her on the yacht, and this was Jalen's favorite moment, favorite part of the show, because Charlotte Flair was on a yacht, and it was great. And I thought it was great though. What they did there, basically building up, Charlotte Flair about her accomplishments and all that, and then retains her, her SummerSlam victories, which I guess I never noticed that at first, but apparently Charlotte Flair has been undefeated on SummerSlam, 5-0, never lost a match at SummerSlam. So, it will get to happen on SummerSlam once I get to it. But there you go. And by the way, she ended by winking, to us as she finished her promo, and basically said, with her winking, she's like, "That's for you, Jalen." Oh man. Appointment came out. He blames Jey Uso for what's happened to with the Bloodline falling apart, and the same old recycle thing they did. But then he showed us a clip of the Samoan wrestlers with Rikishi, Alpha, Sika, pertains to the red Ula, the Ula Fala, basically the lathe, which goes way back with High Chief Peter Maivia. And they show that too, by the way. And they show the ultimate tribal chief, Roman Reigns, who's now wearing the red Ula Fala. And then we get back to appointment, and then talks about Roman Reigns, Mr. Reigns defending undisputed Universal Champion, the tribal chief, and all for nearly 3 years. Jey Uso comes out to interrupt, and I don't remember much what he said, but then also Social Code comes out, and Jay basically trying to convince Solo that he's using you like he used me and everything, and appointment is the exact same thing where he's just talking about manipulating and all and everything like he's trying to do with Jay. And he did it with, he's doing right now with Jimmy Uso watching at home, wherever at a hospital, wherever or wherever he is at right now recovering. What happened to him? Um, and Solo all of a sudden tells Heyman to leave the ring, whatever, right? And Jay Uso goes out of nowhere, super kicks Solo to go out of the ring, and then told for Heyman in the ring, who's in the corner cowering, saying, basically Jay is saying to you told my cousin I'll see him at SummerSlam, but you also told my brother that I'll see him in the main event later on tonight. And we'll get to that later. And that was it. Also, Drew was being interviewed backstage, and then Santos Escobar, tried to go after him because Santos Escobar tried to get back at him for what Austin Theory did to him. So Austin Theory ends up going to this match against Cameron Grimes. Wait, hold on a second. Oh no. That didn't happen. That didn't happen backstage. It happened when Santos Escobar came out on stage, I should say. But Austin Theory was cutting a promo. Being interviewed, I should say, by Taylor Braxton, and basically, talking about his match against Santos Escobar is gonna be coming this coming Friday. So, and we'll get to more of that for this coming Friday SmackDown. But he says he's gonna kill Cameron Grimes' hopes and dreams. Basically, basically he's going to crush his dreams. So the match happens between Austin Theory and Cameron Grimes. They're having that match, and all of a sudden that's when Escobar comes out, and he's getting held back. But then all of a sudden they cave in by Cameron Grimes onto Theory, but he got out of the ring. I guess out of instant, whatever. And the match will continue for a little bit, and then in the end, it was Awful Theory winning the match for the 8-count down. And then Santos Escobar runs down to the ring, and it's Awful Theory with the Phantom Driver, and there you go. Basically getting back at him from earlier. And we'll get to more of those two guys later when we get to SummerSlam. Obviously, Asuka with her field package being hyped up, which is her training, in the gym, and obviously raw makeup. But they show some other field packages of her with her makeup on and everything. Presents her being the murder clown, and basically speaking in Japanese and all, and says that no one's ready for Asuka. And there you go. I thought it was well done too. Grayson Waller was this Grayson Waller effect. He had his special guest which was Bailey, and the genius in the bank, according to Bailey, in Io Sky. And basically, Grayson Waller wants some scoops about what Io Sky's going to do to cash in. Is there a plan to cash in on SummerSlam? And then Bailey's like, "You stupid idiot! We're not going to tell you, our strategy." And then Grayson Waller couldn't agree more about what was Bailey saying to the fans, whatever. Oh yeah, because Bailey called them idiots, and then Grayson Waller was like, I couldn't agree with you more with that. And all of a sudden, we hear laughing from Shotzi. We don't know where it's coming from, but Grayson Waller set it up because he basically did it to see if Bailey was scared, and sure enough, Bailey did show fear because she you don't know where Shotzi's actually going to be coming out from, But yeah, but Grayson Waller set this all up. And then Bailey did not appreciate that. Doesn't never do that again. Also, Sasha Blackheart's music plays, and Bailey's laughing like, okay, jokes, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, But Grayson Waller's like, that's not me. That I had nothing to do with this. Also, we see, what we thought was Sasha Blackheart in the tank coming out, but we couldn't tell because the camera was not zooming into her or whatever. Okay, they were in the because I think it was shot in the ring, whatever, or like near the ring, but it wasn't going close. All of a sudden, we get Sasha Blackheart from behind to go after Bailey. She's got obviously she's her hair is black, but it's only a little bit of hair obviously because again she cut her whole hair. But but she went there on Bailey, and she got a clipper, a razor clipper, I should say, and started making noise. It sounded more loud than the crowds in the arena because you hear the buzz, and I'm like, wow, this was so bad. But Bailey ends up running away because she was about to get her head shaved, and Shotzi Blackheart goes after her as she's laughing, and then Io Sky standing in the ring, looking all you know confused in a way, and yelling out for Bailey. All of a sudden, the person revealing herself in the tank was Selena Vega, and basically, the match was made by way on that night. That was going to be Io Sky versus Selena Vega. So what a way to segue to that one because Selena Vega was going to be out there anyway. So why, so the way they did this, it was entertainment you know portion of how they did it. So the match happens. Io Sky versus Selena Vega. And actually Black, it didn't have to either way, but I'm like, okay, so Io Sky's winning this match, right? So then we get Shotzi Blackheart and Bailey fighting on the rampway. She almost got to Bailey, shaving her head, but Bailey got out of the way again, and then Shotzi goes after her again. Io Sky was distracted in all this, and then Selena Vega grabs her and hits her with the power bomb, the code red, and beats Io Sky. So Selena, it's a lose situation here because Selena Vega desperately needed a win because Selena Vega, is someone that they've been pushing as well, especially her being in the LWO. Where they having her as the underdog of the women's division, which she is, and you can't have Io Sky lose because you already have her loss against Charlotte Flair, who's already Money in the Bank, and here we are with Io Sky once again losing, and she's Money in the Bank. 50-50 booking, by the way, folks, because remember, Io Sky had a match against Selena Vega a while back, and she beat her. And here we are again, this time with Selena Vega getting the win. So it's just gonna be a road match. If that's gonna be the match that's gonna lead to somewhere on SmackDown, then it's probably gonna be for the championship because and we'll get to that. We'll get to that blue when we get to SummerSlam. Yeah, I'll wait till we get to SummerSlam for that. So we get to Bianca Belair's video package with her going for the women's championship title at SummerSlam, and there you go. I thought it was well done too, by the way. Since everything that showed up about her, that she's the woman of the women's division. She's the face of the women's division, I should say. Referee so because she deserves it. She deserves it, every bit of it. And then the main event. Jey Uso versus Solo Sikoa with Paul Heyman at ringside. And by the way, no Roman Reigns. Just want to throw that out there. And Jey Uso wins. Match itself was good, but Jey Uso ends up winning. Because of course he had to win. And then after the match, Solo goes after Jey, and then Jey got the better of him. And there you go. And basically, this is a momentum building up for Jey Uso to go to against Roman Reigns at SummerSlam for him to lose. That's basically what it was. So there you go. Not much to say from there. And there you go. But that was SmackDown. And I'm gonna say about the SmackDown show. So it was a go-home show. If you missed it, you didn't really miss much of it. Unless if you're into the whole thing of Shotzi Blackheart and Bailey pertains to their programs. So other than that, and I guess pertains to the bloodline stuff. But then even that one was underwhelming too. Pertains to doing that up too as well. But other than that, folks, it was really not much to go back and watch if you miss anything. If you missed it, you didn't miss much. That's basically the vibe of how the show was. of SmackDown's Coleman show. So, but there you go. But that was SmackDown. Again, I didn't think it was bad. The show itself. I mean, you have some good parts of it. I mean, other than the Street Profits, because and that's another thing too, by the way, because the because when we look at the Braun Brutes and the OC, they look at as baby faces, you know, on SmackDown. So I guess we could say with the Street Profits, it's you could say it's sort of a heel turn here because and also they show a matrix too, so it's got to be a heel turn, not just for the Street Profits, but also for Bobby Lashley. But then again, I guess Bobby Lashley was not looked as a babyface either because he was looking more like a trainer in a way because even when he was on Raw, when they was, I thought they were teaching the heel turn, but it wasn't really a heel turn because Lashley was still playing to the crowd, you know. So there you go. But yeah, not much to say from there. Now I'm gonna continue on to talk about the next thing, and the next thing I'm gonna talk about right now is gonna be SummerSlam. But before I do, just want to say um, that pertains to the build for SummerSlam. SummerSlam was underwhelming of a build up because other than build up Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso in this Tribal Comeback match, which I'll get to about how I feel about that match, and pertains to this ongoing feud between Lesnar and Cody since WrestleMania, since Raw to Me, I should say, where there was no explanation of why this is even happening in the first place. Brock Lesnar never gets a reason why. He's targeting Cody Rhodes, and all this company had to do, but thanks to the creative writers, whatever, is to give us a simple answer, a simple explanation of why Brock is targeting Cody Rhodes, and we still had none of that leading up to it. Now, someone suggested after what happened in his match between Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar, which I'll get to as well, of why now all of a sudden. Now it was never said on the show, but a fan gave it an opinion, an explanation of why now. So I mean, now we have the answers of why this all happened, and we'll get to that. And the other thing you could also say was built up to in this SummerSlam is the 7-year itch build up that pertains to Seth freaking Rollins and Finn Balor pertains to their match 7 years ago at SummerSlam where Finn Balor was his life was ruined, his push was ruined. Everything that the company was getting fully behind with Finn Balor was taken all away because of what Seth freaking Rollins did from years ago. Now obviously it was an accident. Actually accidents does happen in wrestling and all that, right? So there's not really you can do from there. What tends to something like that happens, but at the same time, what tends to a move like that, you can never be too careful, and in a move like that, shouldn't should be executed like that, especially when your opponent doesn't know where he's going to be landing and how he's going to be landing, pertains to it. Even when it comes to the turnbuckle spot, what happened with Sting back in 2015? Yeah, 2015. So, so there could be a lot of debates about should that move be banned permanently or whatever, but it hasn't been banned as of late. So after that whole thing, that was a move that nearly ended Sting's career in WWE, which actually it did. I should say in pro wrestling. I should say. So because Sting's still doing his thing here, in pro wrestling, now in AEW. It's just that WWE will not allow him to be clear. So, and they did this forcing him of retiring just to put him in the Hall of Fame and not to do anything with him. But besides that, um, there was really nothing else being built up here for some, for anyone to like, what needs to this is an overwhelming build up for SummerSlam. It's very hyped up and all that. It's getting everyone talking about it. No, because they failed to hype up anything us to give a damn about the show of SummerSlam. Coming into it, I mean, at the end of the day, it's SummerSlam. At the end of the day, it's gonna sell either way. We're gonna watch the show either way. But our expectations coming into the show were low because there was nothing. There was no high expectations coming into the show. Pertains to the key matches that should have been built up properly for us to care about why is this happening and all that. Brock Lesnar versus Kyrgios is a good example right there. Now, Seth Rollins and Finn Balor, that's a good reason. At least we get a reason of why this is happening because of what happened 7 years ago. This is Finn Balor's 7-year itch. Can he finally take care of that 7-year itch of of everything that's happened? Which pertains to quote unquote that Seth Rollins ruined his life in WWE. I don't want to include the women's championship match because even that one was lackluster in a way. The only time they build it up to make it mean something is is with the video packages. Other than that, the way they also build up too, which was dumb, was the whole thing where they let's see. Oh yeah, Asuka was an afterthought with chance of Bianca Belair and Charlotte Flair because they were pushing that narrative that Charlotte Flair wants Bianca Belair 100% at SummerSlam, acting like that's the match between Charlotte and Bianca Belair is for the is going to be a 1-on-1 match for the title, even though the champion Asuka is in the match too. They made her look like an afterthought in all this. So I thought I was unfair with that whole thing with Asuka. So, sorry, did that. I was doing something here. Okay, there we go. But so yeah, and the one match there was good enough too as well, which is to lean up to SummerSlam, was going to be Trish Stratus and Becky Lynch, but that was not the well they couldn't fit the whole card on there because it would go too long. And guess what, folks? The show went too long too. By the way, I had no idea, but this show was 4 hours long. Can you imagine if they would have put Trish Stratus and Becky Lynch on the show? It probably would have been 4.5 hours. And people were complaining about Rhea Ripley not having a match on on the card as well against Raquel Rodriguez because that was going to be the match too as well. Can you imagine that match be on the card too? Then it would have been 5 hours. A 5-hour show we could have had if they would have done Rhea Ripley defend her World Women's Championship or Women's World Championship. I think it's called. Either way, doesn't matter. But yeah. So with those matches were probably scrapped, especially the one with Becky Lynch and Trish Stratus, which is why we're getting this match in Winnipeg, which is going to be next week's Raw. And I'm pretty sure that's probably going to be the main event of the show, by the way. So, and I heard they were mad, they were upset that they're not going to be on SummerSlam. I get it because it's a payday, and at the end of the day, for SummerSlam and all that. But same time, it was not needed anyways. It never was needed. Because let's face that the build up between Trish Stratus and Becky Lynch was lackluster. It was not good TV. It was not entertaining. It was nothing that makes you want to say, "Oh yeah, come in to see this match between these two," because they did a great job building up this feud, with the programs that and everything that they did. No, it sucked. Now the match they had from Saudi Arabia, it was good, and then we had the whole thing with Zoe Stark getting involved, and I thought that was good. And then I thought maybe that was going to lead to something good, and no, it actually made things worse. It really did make things worse. But I'm getting way over ahead. I'm ready, going way over, talking some nonsense now. So I'm gonna get to everything else on the show, and I will let you know about how I feel about the matches as well, except for one match, which I skipped it on purpose, but I'll get to that. But before I do, folks, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back, in about maybe 3 minutes. So I'll be taking myself off the screen. So yeah, I gotta take care of something right now. I'll be back in 3 minutes, or less, 3 minutes. So just hang tight, and I'll be right back with the SummerSlam coverage. Okay, I'm back, folks. Hope I didn't take too long. All right, folks. So let's get to SummerSlam 2023. They're in Detroit, Michigan. Uh, this is the 36th SummerSlam, and the attendance records, which tends to them being in Detroit, Michigan, and Ford Field, was 59,194 in attendance. which was bullshit. Because I heard it was over 51,000. And I'm looking at this crowd, in the stadium of Ford Field, and I'm like, wow, that's this they jam packed this event, despite being a lackluster bill. And I'm awesome, that's great. But at the same time, I'm saying to myself, so yeah, so we got the crowds being there. It is sold out. It looks jam packed. Great, amazing. It's ready to become a stupendous SummerSlam, right? So why they gotta feel the need to leave the crowds I hate when they do this. Let me do something here. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I hate when they do that. Like, why they feel the need to do that? Like, you got the numbers that you need, to fit these crowds. Okay, here we go. Here's the real attendance record. Um, it's so the reported attendance records, as I already said, is 59,194. But the actual record attendance of the crowds was 51,477. Why do they feel the need to add in 800 and something more into it is beyond me. Like, or maybe 700 and something. They added into it. But why the guy feel the need to do that is beyond me. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I've never understood it. Especially when it comes to WrestleMania back in um in the Pontiac Silverdome. With 93, the whole thing of 93,000, which that was not that was or 92,000, I think it was, right? Even back then, they lie about those numbers. Even when it comes to WrestleMania, what where WrestleMania was 32, yeah, 32, with 100, 100,000, something like that. Who they trying to impress, like, with that? And I know who's out there. I know who is doing all this. It's Vince. It's a Vince man formula. That's all. That's all it is. But I don't know. But anyways, but your commentators were Michael Cole and Corey Graves. Um, which, by the way, Michael Cole and Corey Graves, just want to bring up, it was announced on the show by Variety. Michael Cole and Corey Graves um will be on commentary together again when it pertains to SmackDown. Now here's the thing too. Michael Cole and Wade Barrett from SmackDown are going to be going to Raw. Meanwhile, Corey Graves and Cameron Patrick will be on SmackDown alongside with Michael Cole. And I guess with Michael Cole be on commentary on SmackDown as well. Because he is the voice of the company right now. Before it was good old Jim Ross, and I think even before Jim Ross, you may have Vince McMahon, which I never thought of him being the voice of commentary. More so to Grim Monsoon than anything. That's just me. But I guess you told me if you want to talk about one of the old days before Grim Monsoon was on commentary. I guess you could say Vince in a way. But at the same time, I don't think he was ever that good. Even Justin Bob Ventura says that you think you're good at this job. Basically, burying of this man's existence, of his talent, if there is any talent. But anyways, basically, yeah. So I guess Michael Cole is going to be guiding Kevin Patrick, because Kevin Patrick has not been exciting on Raw since they did the whole thing with him being on a Raw commentator. And is in the show too, because now you got Michael Cole. It's gonna be tutoring him, retrain him in a way, or start training him to be a commentator. Because Michael Cole is good with that one. With his to that whole thing. I mean, a good partner Sexton, for example, and then with his Tom Phillips, and with Vic Joseph for the most part as well. Michael Cole is that guy to do it. So, but Michael Cole and Wade Barrett are all gonna be on Raw now. Corey Graves, Kevin Patrick, and Michael Cole on SmackDown. So anyway, Michael Cole still stay on SmackDown. He'll be pulling double duties for that week. Moving forward. So on those weeks, should say. Mike Rowe, your ring announcer for SmackDown. Sam Irvin, your Raw ring announcer for the show. So let's get to the matches now. Logan Paul defeated Ricochet in 18 minutes. Here, moving on. Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar, 17 minutes and 35 seconds. Now, coming into the show, by the way, folks, you had the commentator saying we got 4 main events. So the 4 main events they included for SummerSlam of 2023 is Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar, which people are already getting tired of the feud. That's one. Seth Freaky Rollins versus Finn Balor for the World Heavyweight Championship because of their feud day back 7 years ago. That's 2. Bianca Belair versus Asuka versus Charlotte Flair for the WWE Women's Undisputed Championship. That's 3. But then again, do you really include that too as well? Based on how they booked that one, how they built that one up too, where Asuka was the afterthought and she's a champion. And obviously the main event is the Tribal Combat with Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso. Not only for the the not so undisputed WWE Universal Championship, and for to be recognized as the Tribal Chief of the Alliance family. So yeah, they say, it's 4 main events. No, there's only 1 main event, and that 1 main event is the Tribal Combat between Roman Reigns and Jey Uso. It's like what CM Punk was making a 5-point here. It tends to on that podcast he had back in 2014 with Cool Cabana. The whole thing, there's 4 main events, like with Triple H saying that the best match on that night tends to WrestleMania 29 was Undertaker and CM Punk, and that was the main event. Even though the main event that closed the show was The Rock and John Cena for the WWE title. And then you had the other main event, the co-main event, and Triple H and Brock Lesnar, which that had to follow up the match between CM Punk and Undertaker, which it didn't. And on top of that, it was the whole thing. It was the whole thing of Triple H was going to go over on Brock Lesnar because if he doesn't, then his career in WWE is over. And we all knew coming into the show on that night that because that stipulation was made, building up to it. We all knew Triple H wasn't going to lose. So because they didn't just say his wrestling career is on the line, but his position C O whatever that whole thing was going to be on the line as well. So you all knew right there that Triple H wasn't going to lose, and the match was underwhelming. And then the final match, Cena and Rock, was obviously a poor fest. That match sucked. It was garbage. Just wasn't wasn't anything enthusiasm of any kind. And the worst part was John Cena won. That was one of the worst things of the show, was John Cena winning. But on that night it was 3 main events, and they didn't include the World Heavyweight Championship between Alberto Del Dipshit and Jack Swagger, because Jack Swagger got himself in trouble on that year with the whole marijuana getting busted and all that, right? Where he could went to jail because of that. Because he got pulled over or whatever in a way, so, and got arrested and everything. But he was in a lot of trouble on that year, and they made the company look bad. So they did what they did. They cut off his entrance, and And there you go. So much to say. But anyways, but back to this. So yeah, so there's 4 main events. No, there's no 4 main events. That's ridiculous. It's like saying, Dana White's gonna have 4 main events in this one UFC pay-per-view, and they're gonna do. No, there's only either way, either you get a double main event or just a single main event. There's no such thing as a triple main event. No such thing as a 4 main events. But only in the world of WWE that type of thing exists. And you're gonna get these type of fans, that's gonna be sheeps and believe, oh yeah, there was 4 main events. No, there's only 1 main event, and that main event was Roman Reigns and Jey Uso, which we'll get to that. But back to Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar. The match itself I thought was good, and it was building up. It was building something up pertains to what's going to happen. And it did its job. Brock Lesnar was basically destroying Cody Rhodes, like he was, it was basically like how he was destroying John Cena from SummerSlam of 2024. I mean, 2024. That's not until next year. And no, I'm at 2014. I'm sorry, I got that screwed up. But so yeah. So basically, Brock Lesnar was destroying Cody Rhodes, and he's like, just take the count out, and Brock Lesnar was doing everything he can to him to stay down, that in that 5 on the floor, and that 5 on the broadcast table, and it collapsed, and Cody Rhodes still kept on coming back. And by the way, his mom was there. By the way, his mom's in the front row, somewhere in the front row, like I guess somewhere by the commentators, wherever, but she was there to watch the show, to watch her son. Basically, getting polarized in a way, but Cody Rhodes kept on coming back, and then Brock Lesnar, it had the look on his face like it's gonna get worse. He's telling him too, it's gonna get worse if you don't just give up. So Cody Rhodes kept on coming back. At one point, Cody Rhodes misses a steel step onto Brock Lesnar, like literally misses a steel step on Brock Lesnar, and the referee sees this, which is Chad Patton. And he then disqualified Cody Rhodes. It's not what when Cody Rhodes. It's not that Cody Rhodes had Brock Lesnar and ran him into the steel steps. No, Cody Rhodes picked up the steel steps and ran into Brock Lesnar in front of the referee, and the referee does nothing about it. What? Whatever, right? What do I know? But nevertheless, but at one point, Brock Lesnar was getting he was getting a beating from Cody Rhodes, but then Brock Lesnar gets back at him. At one point, Cody Rhodes gets to the turnbuckle, and then Brock Lesnar was trying to get him with a German suplex and all that, and he ends up doing it. But in the process of it, the turnbuckle hat came off, and you all knew that was going to come to play for Brock Lesnar. And no, it was not gonna be where he's gonna bust himself open like he did from Puerto Rico. Oh man, Backlash. At one point, Cody Rhodes had Brock Lesnar in the Kimura lock, and even Brock Lesnar had him in the Kimura lock earlier, and then Cody Rhodes had him in the Kimura lock. And I think to myself, wait, is Brock gonna tap here? Nope, he got up actually, and then I think Brock's trying to go for the F5, but Cody Rhodes gets out of the way and then rams him into the buckle. Basically, Brock Lesnar rams to the buckle, Bret Hart and Owen Hart style, where it tends to start him first into the turnbuckle, which it was exposed by the way. And then Cody Rhodes goes for his. I think this is where Cody Rhodes went for his crossroads, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and got the win. And we all knew coming into the show, Brock Lesnar was gonna put over Cody Rhodes, and sure enough, he did. And after the match, Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar face to face, because Brock Lesnar, he takes his gloves off, and he butted Cody Rhodes in the head, not like like physical, basically put his head to him and then shove him, and then extends his hand out for a handshake. Cody Rhodes shakes his hand, and then Brock Lesnar puts him over by raising his arms up, and in different angles too. And then Brock Lesnar leaves, and there you go. He puts over Cody Rhodes. And now I want to get to this part now. So, someone said on, thanks to them doing a review that I guess now we got the answer of why Brock Lesnar, has been targeting Cody Rhodes all this time. It's because he had no respect for Cody Rhodes, and because of this match that they had, pertains to Cody Rhodes never giving up, which he didn't. He never gave up. He kept on coming back. He kept on fighting back, and he beat Brock Lesnar the other day. Only thing I was missing is Cody Rhodes bleeding. So, but for Brock Lesnar, now, because of that, now all of a sudden he has earned, Cody Rhodes' respect. I mean, now, Brock Lesnar, respects Cody Rhodes because he basically Cody Rhodes has to earn Brock Lesnar's respect. That's basically what I'm trying to say. So there you go. That's basically it was. And then Cody Rhodes hugged his mom, and then that was it. So there you go. So after the match was good, and then we get to the 25-man. And by the way, actually, and before I move on, when it comes to the Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar match itself, if that was going to be the story, if that was the story all this time, why couldn't they just tell us? Why couldn't they just have that be the story from the get go? Why do we have to wait all the way to August, for to show us exactly why they're doing this in the first place? Brock Lesnar doing this to Cody Rhodes. It's because because of that. Now I don't know if that's gonna be the reason. I guess we'll find out when we watch the match later on. I mean, when we watch Cody Rhodes later on, just say on Raw. But I digress. All right, so let me move on now. The 25-man Slim Jim SummerSlam Battle Royale, 11 minutes and 55 seconds. By the way, before it was just 20, but then on SmackDown, I should have mentioned this. They added 5 more in there. So, and here are participants: LA Knight, Sheamus, Apollo Crews, JD McDonough, Rick Boogs, Otis, Ivar, Eric, Shinsuke Nakamura, Tommaso Ciampa, Cameron Grimes, Austin Theory, Santos Escobar, Giovanni Vinci, Louis Kaiser, Rich Holland, Pete Dunne, Matt Riddle, The Miz, Grayson Waller, Karrion Kross, Chad Gable, Otis. Oh, I'm sorry. I already said his name. I'm sorry. Bronson Reed, AJ Styles, and Omos. Yeah, that's right. We had the return of Omos. And Apollo Crews, JD McDonough, Rick Boogs were already out by the hands of Omos. Yeah, where Apollo Crews been? He's been catering, and then use him on the back road to just get him made. Same thing with JD McDonough. Same thing with Rick Boogs. All 3 guys coming from catering just to be eliminated quickly, and we never saw them, after that. And we're not gonna see him again. This for the rest of August. What a great career for Apollo Crews and JD McDonough. And it looks like they fell out of love with Rick Boogs as well, because they haven't been featuring him at all on SmackDown. So much for that. But the end of this all, probably also got eliminated by Santos Escobar. Ludwig Kaiser got eliminated by Chad Gable, which it was a unique way how he eliminated him as well. Omos got eliminated by almost everyone. In Sheamus, AJ Styles, Bronson Reed, Chad Gable, Karrion Kross, Tommaso Ciampa, Matt Riddle was gone, Bobby. And Pete Dunne were gone too, Bobby. Both got eliminated by Omos. Basically eliminated the the Broserweights. If you remember, during their time at NXT, they were a tag team called the Broserweights. And that was great at the time. But also, and that was involved eliminated Omos as well, and Sheamus. I guess I didn't mention him. Great Wall and The Miz, they did a double team move onto someone. I can't remember who they did it to. But basically, they're basically teasing that they could be a tag team. which doesn't make any sense because Chris Waller is on SmackDown and Miz is on Raw. Again, unless Miz was traded to SmackDown with someone being traded to Raw, unless that happened, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. The final four were um, Bronson Reed, AJ Styles, Sheamus, and L.A. Knight. Yeah. Bronson Reed ends up getting eliminated, and then AJ Styles gets eliminated because Karrion Kross got involved, but Sheamus wasn't the one who eliminated him, but Karrion Kross was a factor of it. And then Karrion Kross was like, "This isn't over, AJ, until I say it's over." And then finally, it was Sheamus and LA Knight. And then we get a good match between these two guys. Like, and basically on their way to redeem themselves from SmackDown after that horrible botch. That they had LA Knight similar to top rope onto the back in the ring, and then doing this try to do the spot on top rope, and then they go falling down out of the ring. They did the spot again with LA Knight, leaping on the top rope where Sheamus was at, and LA Knight he got it this time, and basically he wanted to rewrite the Raw on SmackDown, and he as doing on SummerSlam here, and then after that he after he did a move, I think it was like what an overhead belly to belly off the top rope or superplex whatever it was, and then he clotheslines LA Knight, Sheamus out of the ring, and LA Knight is the winner of the Slim Jim Battle Royale, or the Slim Jim SummerSlam Battle Royale, because there you go. Yeah. So there you go, folks. That was the match, and the right guy won. I was not expecting that, but even though I chose him to win, but good. I'm glad he won, and hopefully this means they're going to give him a push after SummerSlam. So we'll see what happens with that. Now, what does this mean for LA Knight to win this Battle Royale? Is he going to get a title shot? Is he going to get a lifetime supply of Slim Jim? I'll tell you one thing. He was in this commercial that they did for Slim Jim, along with Bianca Belair. But they also used Macho Man Randy Savage's old clip still from Slim Jim, which was cool. So basically, they put LA Knight in that spot of being one of the candidates of Slim Jim with Bianca Belair. And I can't remember exactly what they were interrupting. These kids with the teacher. Something about music, whatever. I can't remember exactly what it was, because I think they were in music class, whatever. And then that's when LA Knight and Bianca Belair start busting through the walls or the door, whatever it was, and they start doing and they tried to do the whole Macho Man thing. I mean, not really, but basically that's how it's basically how it came across to me. It's like the same way how Macho Man does it. And then so yeah, I thought it was cool though. They had them do that, and so nothing to say about that, but yeah, there you go. So that being said, next we get to the MMA rules match. That's a 7 minutes and 30 seconds between Shayna Baszler versus Ronda Rousey. Now, I said before, folks, with the panel, which only I should say, because if they're going to do this MMA rules match between Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey, with Ronda Rousey having Shayna Baszler going over on her way out, this needs to be an unscripted MMA fight between these two. Instead, they decided to go for a scripted fight between these two. And they had two trainers getting involved, where Shayna Baszler was badly hurt, whatever. I think she was bleeding. I couldn't tell if she was bleeding out. I think maybe it was her makeup, whatever. But I don't know if it was or not. But I digress. But Ronda Rousey ends up taking care of the the trainers, kick them out. Because you gotta make her look strong on her way out. Make her look strong one last time. Being up guys like they always got to do with her. But at one point, Ronda Rousey got taken down by Shayna Baszler with the roundhouse kick, and she got flashbacks from what happened to her of her first MMA loss against Holly Holmes. And then Shayna Baszler gets a knee strike by Ronda Rousey in the match as well. Some say that was the cause of her bleeding. No, because she got right between the eyes, basically almost to the bridge of the nose. And if that was the case, then Shane Baszler would have internal bleeding from her nose. Then, if that was the case, I don't know. But yeah, but in the end, it was Ronda Rousey losing. She didn't tap out, but she passed out. So not even to Shane Baszler, Ronda Rousey would not tap out. She didn't want to tap out to Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. With Charlotte Flair involved in that match as well, and she didn't want to tap out for Shane Baszler. Because Shane Baszler, her thing is that she's the magician of submission, and she couldn't even give her best friend that rub to make her tap out on her way out. But Shane Baszler won, and the crowds didn't like it. The crowd thought it was the weakest point of it. I mean, it was the weakest point, but I don't blame these fans, for feeling that way, because this is not the MMA rules that Shane Baszler and Ronda Rousey should be doing, because this is WWE, by scripting it. It should just let these two have at it against the MMA rules, instead of being WWE Sports Entertainment MMA rules that they did here. And that's exactly what they did in this whole thing. And that's probably the reason why they did it. That's probably the reason why fans didn't like this match either, because they didn't let these two have at it. They didn't let these two guys, let these two girls, I should say, fight for real. Not saying they should really machinery each other, because they're because they hate her, which they don't, by the way. It's all that. But no, that's why I suffer. And on top of that, these fans are not conditioned to watch anything else but WWE, which is the WWE style of wrestling. I mean, for the most part, I enjoyed it, but some parts I didn't enjoy it. So yeah, I can understand where people come from for that. All right, folks. So let me stop for now. I'll get to this next match, because right now it's WWE RAW. So let me go to Sling so I can start watching it, because we're gonna watch along WWE Monday Night Raw. Is the Raw after the Slam. In other words, the fallout of SummerSlam. All right, we go. Hope I didn't miss anything. Nope. No, it just started. They're doing it on the intro of WWE Dead Now Forever Together. All right, so they're showing. They're basically showing the recaps of happening on SummerSlam. But let me continue on. Maybe first open a new tab here on my phone here, so I can go to Wikipedia, so I can put the SummerSlam results again. Because the next match I'm going to talk about, it's for the Intercontinental Championship. And it features, obviously, Drew McIntyre versus the Intercontinental Champion himself, Gunther of Imperium. 13 minutes and 40 seconds it lasted. And this match is a follow-up of the match between Shane Baszler and Ronda Rousey of their, the MMA rules match. And guess what? I thought they did a great job. Sheamus and Drew McIntyre, Gunther and Drew McIntyre, excuse me, they had a very good match, and I enjoyed it. If anything, this whole WWE saying, there should be 4 main events. This should have been included as that 4 main events instead of the women's championship match. But yeah, Gunther and Drew McIntyre had a good match here. No surprise. This is basically like it was at WrestleMania, with Sheamus involved, but with Sheamus out of the picture in this match, and it was just between those two guys. They really, after they knocked it out of the park, and I especially love the fact that you know, that you had um these two guys, chopping each other. Because I did expect that too, by the way, between these two guys, and I also liked it. Yeah, it was just between these two, not no involvements of Imperium whatsoever. Which I'm glad they didn't do that, because because you didn't have Imperium out there. Thanks to Uwe Kaiser doing the ladies and gentlemen, I demand your gratitude for your intercontinental champion, the Ring General. Gunta. You get my point. Um, and you also have Giovanni DiGiacomo, basically Imperium out there, to lead Gunther, to the ring, and it did, and then they went away. So yeah, folks. But this match was great. Now coming into the match though, and if with this match being great and all, a lot of kickouts and everything, of finishers, in the way, and it was great how they did it. It was like almost like a New Japan type of style of how they did it. You know, for the time they give them. And in the end, it had to come down to one result and one result only, and that's Gunther going over. And how they did this, the way they did it, is by having Drew McIntyre getting pushed off of the turnbuckle where Gunther was at onto the ropes, basically crouched first on the ropes, and then Gunther splashes on him, then goes for the lariat on him, then goes for the power bomb and stacks him and gets the win. And there you go. So Gunther will continue his reign to break the Honky Tonk Man's record, and they better let him break that record. Let him break the record, because no one really cares about the Honky Tonk Man's record. No one really cares about it. The only one that cares about it in a way it is the Honky Tonk Man, claiming to be the Intercontinental champion, the greatest Intercontinental champion of all time, and yet it's not one memorable thing that with him being the greatest Intercontinental champion, other than him holding on to it. Anyways, folks, but okay, let me pause now, because right now, Raw is live now in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So it's gonna be opener here. And there they are, Wade Barrett and Michael Cole. All right, folks. I'm gonna pause the result the rest of the results of SummerSlam, because right now it's Raw. And here he comes, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Maybe pause for a minute, folks. I gotta do something here. I hope you heard that part, folks. They went, whoa! It was one of the most courageous performances that I've ever witnessed this past Saturday night at SummerSlam. Where a bruised, battered, banged up Cody Rhodes took out the beast Brock Lesnar and earned Brock's respect. The American Nightmare has arrived. Wow. I wonder where Omega Red's sitting at. Pertains to the nosebleed section, or wherever. These crowds are on fire for Clay Rose tonight.
So, Minneapolis. What do you want to talk about?
You can start by times what Brock Lesnar said to you last week on Raw. He whispered in your ear.
Let's talk about a beast that had his claws sharpened here, that was educated here, that became champion here, the University of Minnesota's own Brock Lesnar.
That's right.
I have had privilege, I have had the honor, and I have had the misery of standing across from beast and surviving Brock. That's one. What happened next, I could have never imagined.
Talk about what happened after the match. A handshake.
I had a conversation with my mother, Imadre, this morning. I shared my shock at this exact moment. She said, "Dummy, don't you know what just happened? Brock Lesnar acknowledged you."
Oh, that's a good word.
After SummerSlam, I feel on top of the world. After SummerSlam, I feel like I could beat anybody in the world.
Including what the hell? Here comes Seth freaking Rollins. Like Caruso has beaten Seth freaking Rollins last year. Not once, not twice, but 3 times in a trilogy of matches.
World Heavyweight Champion Seth Rollins survived Finn Balor Saturday night at SummerSlam.
Seth freaking Rollins wearing some ridiculous yellow boots. Like it was almost compared to the red boots that he wore, you know. But this one's yellow and look at it's got holes in it. It's one of those shoes that you wear. But these are boots actually, yo. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about the shoes. Yo, that look like it could be also sandals. It's one of the type of shoes. But with Seth Rollins there, those are boots. Well, at least it matches his sunglasses. His sunglasses is yellow.
Welcome to Monday Night Raw.
Well, speaking of Seth freaking Rollins, up next, I was going to talk about, which is the World Heavyweight Championship.
Walk down that aisle, get my face. So consider this me returning the favor.
That's right. Remember, Carlos did that to Seth freaking Rollins months ago.
Now, did I hear you right when you said,
Or a month ago, I should say.
like you can beat anyone in the world? Well, if that's the case, why don't we put that feeling to the test?
Uh-oh. Because Judgment Day,
Well, it didn't take them long to earn this moment.
and it's featuring the senior Money in the Bank, Women's World Champion Rhea Ripley, and North American Champion of NXT, Dirty Dom,
Are apparently confused. For some reason, you think you run Monday Night Raw.
and no Finn Balor, by the way. All right, I love Rhea Ripley's new hairstyle.
Because the Judgment Day, we run Monday Night Raw.
Rhea Ripley's hairstyle was featured on SummerSlam, as a matter of fact.
Speaking of things you don't do, you don't dictate what happens with championships around here. The Judgment Day do. More specifically, Senor Money in the Bank does. I mean, look at what we have here. We already have the most dominant world champion, Rhea Ripley. We have the North American champion, Dominic Mysterio.
Wow. I can imagine how Omega Red's booming. The alley to Dirty Dom.
You might be done with the beast, but Dirty Dom over here ain't done with you.
Wait, what?
Say your workhorse. This is the workhorse. Tomorrow night, you'll be defending his championship live on NXT. What are you going to be doing?
Hey, Finn Balor. Wait, what's this a plan? What's this a plan?
Tony Rhodes. Trap was set and it was to perfection. Balor apparently upset he hasn't been able to wrestle the World Championship flag.
Oh, here comes Sami Zayn. One half of the undisputed tag team champions. Let's go. Cody Cutter on the Dirty Dom. And that Balor's all on his own here. Oh, and Ross with a big boot. Like literally a big boot.
Okay. I got a solution for all of this. There's 3 of you. 3 standing right here. How about tonight in Minneapolis? Me and my friend Sami Zayn and the World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. You guys on here tonight. Well, I say make it happen. What a match that would be for our first night here on Monday Night Raw.
Seth freaking Rollins has a problem with that, by the way. I guess Seth freaking Rollins just want to team up with Clay Rose. Yeah, I'm sure Adam Pearce will think about it.
Monday Night Raw, but I don't know about you. I am still shocked after what went down this past Saturday night in Detroit at SummerSlam.
All right, folks. With that being said, let's move on to the rest of the card here that I want to talk about. And speaking of Seth freaking Rollins, as I mentioned before, Seth freaking Rollins defends his World Heavyweight Championship against Finn Balor in 18 minutes and 30 seconds it lasted, and the match was great. I also love the fact that Finn Balor walked out, and on his on his shoulder, the same shoulder that he had to get surgery 7 years ago, it was painted on 7 years with the the word 7. But it pertains to the number 7. But it was written in 7, 7, and then with the purple paint with the scar that was left because of the surgery he had to get after it just happened. So Seth freaking Rollins comes out. He's wearing his outfit, which I thought was cool. And then he was wearing the old vest from 7 years ago. That's if and Finn Balor sees it very clearly of the vest. Wait, hold on, folks.
But yes, you're all just a little bit. You've all been on that precipice. I'm hoping that tonight I can present you all with an opportunity to maybe earn another chance at that. Because I'm thinking about the match where the winner will earn the opportunity to face well, it'll start for you guys. Bad night. Listen, nobody here wants a title as much as I want a title. That doesn't happen. We're pro. We're winning. Yeah, we're all cool here, bros. I'm going to dedicate this win to my back in time. Shoot! Please! Because tonight, we're in Jeff Cable's neck of the woods. Minnesota, born and raised, baby. And what better way to celebrate my homecoming than to beat you 3 pros and earn my chance to teach Gunther a lesson you'll never get. Thank you! And it is now time
All right.
for the highlight of the night.
That's all it was. All right, so and I know this formula already. They're gonna go to commercial break, and there you go. But anyways, back to this. So the match was great between these 2 guys, and I knew it would be. And of course, you gotta have some shenanigans, and they did. The adjustments they came out. Not that the plan, the idea was for getting Priest to they try to cash in, but instead it was to help out Finn Balor, to be and Finn Balor at one point was telling Jimmy and Priest, because Jimmy and Priest got on the apron, trying to hand him the briefcase, and Balor's like, no, that's not part of the plan, and like you're not going to you're going against our plan, that's not part of the plan, because you're repeating during Dom, distracting the referee, and then Jimmy Priest gets down, I'm sorry. I think maybe Rollins knocked him down. Whatever. I think that's what happened. But But then Seth Rollins tried to go do something to Balor, and then I think Damian Priest may have took him out of the ring, whatever. I can't remember exactly what happened. And Dominic trying to go after uh oh yeah, no, I think Balor was in the ring, and then Damian Priest was trying to get involved, whatever, and then Dirty Don tried to go after Rollins, but Rollins jumps off the turnbuckle onto Damian Priest on the outside, and Dominic tried to go after Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins takes him out and gets back in the ring, and then Balor try to go for his finish. And we had multiple kickouts and finishers going on here. From both guys doing pedigrees to each other, kicking out of it. Seth Rollins, I think he went for a curb stomp one time, and only got a two. And then Balor went for his coup de grace, only got a two. And then at this point, Balor now all of a sudden he's going for the next plan, and that's for Damian Priest. Now he needs his help. So then Damian Priest, hands him the briefcase, and then distracts the referee. Now he's saying Balor looks confused. When Damian Priest signed the briefcase to him, and then Balor's going for the briefcase. Because at this point, referee's distracted by Damian Priest on the other side of the ring. And then Rollins comes out of nowhere. He recovers. He recovers out of nowhere. A curse stomp onto Balor on the briefcase, pins him 1, 2, 3, and Damian Priest looked at this. What's the word? Oh yeah. He looked disappointed at Finn Balor, and Finn Balor was not happy with Damian Priest. I don't know why he's and then I think the coach was saying something to wait a minute. Chad Gable's got some almost inspiring type of ring attire there of Kurt Angle. That's cool. I'm surprised they're not going commercial yet. Wait a minute, is this one of those times that they're not going to commercials? They're gonna retain to because this is the Raw at the SummerSlam, or how I call it, the Raw after the Slam. Let me see. They're not going to commercial yet. Oh, okay. But let me finish up before we get. I watch. I want to start watching this match. I think they're doing commercial free here. For the 1 hour that they're doing here, because it's a fair four-way match between Matt Riddle, Ricochet, Tommaso Ciampa, and Chad Gable. Winner of that match gets to face Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship. Someone down the line. But anyways, back to this. So yeah, Seth Rollins retains, as I knew he would, but it was still a good match. How the match was booked, and match to me it was one of the matches of the night of SummerSlam. Very good job well done for both guys, and everyone else involved. So, and I'll get to the next match later on. The next match that we're gonna talk about. I got a few things to say about that match. So, let me continue on with this. Watch along of the Raw after the Slam. And the crowds are fully behind Chad Gable. Oh, look at this. Double ankle off by Matt Riddle to Tommaso Ciampa and Chad Gable to one on Ricochet. Chad Gable and Matt Riddle in the ring. Ricochet and Tommaso Ciampa are coming outside the ring after that ankle lock they were put in.
Gable, you wrestled back in 2012 in London. Facing up one up. And now
Ciampa getting back in the ring.
skulls together. Gable and Riddle. You know what? It was a pleasant start.
Head knocker. Head knocker. And Ricochet springboards his way to the ring and clotheslines tosses Ciampa. Standing moonsault and look at the two.
Ciampa, of course, with that short fuse, he's rather really depth. I guess you could say Ciampa. Explosive rage and serene calm. That is the Tommaso Ciampa score. Middle now.
Oh.
Here's the cover now. 2 count broken up by.
Can't give a breaks up the pin that Matt Riddle was trying to capitalize on. Oh.
Cover now to try to win this matchup. Breaking things up.
And Ciampa breaks it up with Can't give a try to go for a pin. Nice. And Ricochet breaks it up. Ciampa could have won. Maybe he could win that match too.
Cardio process. That's the best cardio. You're going to need it in a match like this. There's Ciampa. Ricochet plant on its feet, however. Ricochet Ciampa on his shoulder. The power that Ricochet has. Is that enough to advance to an Intercontinental Championship match? That too by Ciampa.
Yeah, so I guess this is commercial free for the first hour. They did same thing here from WrestleMania. Yeah, I mean the Raw WrestleMania, I should say.
Shots to the kidney. Now Riddle's going up top. High above the center.
Ricochet on the top. Ciampa's on Riddle's on top. Riddle's on top. And now Chad Gable. Holy shit.
I've never quite seen a triple German.
And yeah, Gunther watching behind.
The research already beginning for the ring general.
The Intercontinental Champion watching on backstage on the monitor.
Ricochet undoubtedly getting the worst of that one, but every competitor, it was ugly. And now Chad Gable wraps his arms around the waist. Looks like he's going for chaos theory, but Ciampa able to get out of the way. Now an ankle lock on Ciampa.
Ankle lock on Ciampa by Chad Gable.
And to the match with Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship. So serene as they come getting out of that chaos theory here. It was coming straight into that ankle lock. No rope break here. It's a fatal four-way. That's not going to help tonight, Ciampa. And dragging Ciampa back to the ring. Of course, no disqualification. No count out. Get the top.
Oh.
And there's Riddle. What a kick. And now powerbomb to Gable. Riddle saving the match for himself because Tommaso Ciampa was about to tap. Cover for the win. Ricochet.
Oh.
Standing shooting star. Riddle now takes out Ricochet. T-bone suplex. And now Ciampa misses wild. Riddle ducks underneath. And there's that final flash knee from Riddle to the face of Ciampa.
And Matt Riddle with Ciampa on top.
And now up top.
Superplex off the top rope. What the hell? Oh.
Ricochet shoulders down. Gable shoulders
Oh.
down. Won't have to kick out. Double pin. We almost got a double winner, Cole. Tried to think I had sold that one out, but
Gable with a splash on Ciampa, but Ciampa knees up. Shooting star by Ricochet, but Riddle with the knees up. Went for a double pin, but both kicked out.
all four men down center of the ring. awesome. It's still to come later tonight.
The match has been sanctioned. Cody Rhodes, Seth Rollins, Sami Zayn versus Damian Priest, Finn Balor, Dominic Mysterio, up to Judgment Day.
Cody, Seth, and Sami have just made a huge step. We'll find out later on tonight. Meanwhile, this fate way continues. And it has been highlight after highlight as we expect.
These guys are really delivering of this fatal four-way match to see who's going to become a number contender against Gunther for his Intercontinental Championship. And that's why Gunther is 30 days away to break the record.
Absolutely no remorse.
Either do this way to break the record or tie the record. But either way, I want him to break that record. Riddle! Oh my god!
Oh goodness! The Willow's bell connecting.
Oh my god! Gable's been taken out by Riddle on the outside, and then Ricochet did the same. And Riddle was taken out by Ciampa with that Willow's bell. Oh my god! With the knees, or the knee, I should say. Oh my god! 1, 2, check out.
Offense there, Ricochet putting his body on the line like only he can. Moments ago, just
PK by Matt Riddle. Bro Derek.
There's the cover. Is it enough?
Direct headbutt by Gable. Back in the match.
Chances in this matchup to progress through to opportunity at the Intercontinental Championship. Partner, we make a good night to start off on Monday Night Raw. No complaints whatsoever. Target center on its feet, trying to will on the hometown hero, Chad Gable.
And now Gable and Riddle going at each other here. Oh, Rowan Chaos Theory coming out. Oh, but nope. Ricochet counter. Oh wait, remember he's going on Ricochet. Oh no, wait. Ciampa gets it. Oh wait, Ciampa's going to get a Rowan Chaos Theory by Gable. Headset, but it's over. No. Oh wait, what? He won? Hey, hold on, let me go back. Oh, okay, yeah, he did win. He did win. My apologies. Chad Gable is your winner. Ciampa did kick out, but he was too late.
Wow, just wow.
Thank you.
All four of these men, but in the end, Chad unstoppable ring general Gunther. Next one to try this man, Chad Gable, after a heroic hometown performance. And incredible. That was recoil as Gable went for Chaos Theory the first time. On the second attempt, it was a famous. But finally, in the end, Gable would make the hometown crowd happy. This is just incredible power wave. Unbelievable. Take another
replay.
Arrival competitive spirit of Chad Gable, the Olympian, refusing to be denied. Now the question is, can Gable somehow not go?
Thank you.
He was closing in on a record-setting reign as Intercontinental Champion.
Wait.
And Chad Gable's family is here tonight.
Chad Gable's family.
Celebrating the win. And of course, his young son, a future Olympian for halfway.
A good few moments here for Chad Gable, sharing this victory with his son.
He survived Drew McIntyre Also at SummerSlam, Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar.
That was great. All right, now let's try and what happened with Lesnar and Cody. In the meantime, let me continue on with the rest of the results that I want to talk about for SummerSlam. Because the one thing I want to talk about next now is for the not so undisputed WWE Women's Championship. In a triple threat match, 20 minutes and 45 seconds lasted with Bianca Belair versus the Women's Champion Asuka versus Charlotte Flair. And the match was good for the most part. And the reason why I said is because there were some spots in this match that was noticeable from Charlotte Flair, calling out spots loudly on a few things. And then there was a spot where Charlotte Flair went for a double natural selection, except for one thing. It didn't look good because you had Bianca Belair and Asuka right next to each other instead of just spacing out each other, so the Charlotte Flair could have room to connect it right. But instead, it didn't look like it looked right at all, and it just looked bad. Another thing that was well, I don't blame Charlotte Flair for this one, but Charlotte Flair did have a little wardrobe malfunction from the back of her top. Referee had to help her put it back on. While that was going on, you have Asuka and Bianca Belair in the corner where they're supposed to be selling. The damage that Charlotte Flair did to them in the corner, whatever, right? And they're just standing there, had to sell for so long until they Charlotte Flair on top was on, right, from the back of her top, I should say. So, what Asuka did, she improvised instead of just waiting there until Charlotte Flair was ready, to go, to do the next spot. Asuka, capitalized by putting Bianca Belair into the Asuka lock, and well, that's a good way to improvise. And Bianca Belair, obviously she didn't know what to do from there. What she could have done, she could try to break away from Asuka and all that, and then Asuka could have given the Asuka, get her in the Asuka lock. That could have worked out too. But Asuka, did the work, and Bianca Belair just stood there, didn't know what to do. But another thing that I didn't like about the match too, obviously Charlotte Flair went for her moonsault from the outside to Bianca Belair. Asuka got out of the way, and the moonsault that Charlotte Flair did, obviously it looked terrible. But when they're in there, they look when it looked great, right? And when it's never been terrible, right? So obviously it was terrible. At one point, Bianca Belair was taken outside of the ring by Charlotte Flair. Bianca Belair was near the steel steps. The idea was that she hit her face on the steel steps, whatever. But I think the commentators, I think my comment said, her knee may have struck the steel steps. And no, that wasn't the idea. But the idea was for Bianca Belair to sell the knee that she got hurt. The landing, that her knee got hurt. With the awkward landing. But it made a great sound though, to make it look like it was convincing that happened. And Bianca Belair was in pain because of that. Now obviously it was her selling, but she did a great job selling it too. By the way, I really thought her knee was hurt. I thought she really was hurt because she had some ENT. He had the trans coming out there. I think he had another referee out there to take her away, and she was limping, and then she at one point collapsed a little bit while the match was continuing on between Asuka and Charlotte Flair in the ring. So yeah, this was very convincing that Bianca Belair look like she can continue. Look at she may be legit hurt, but she was so good of selling the physicality of that landing on the outside by Charlotte Flair. It sure as hell convinced me in a way that it looked like she was selling like she was seriously hurt. Let's just hope that WWE doesn't do any protocols pertains to um of of selling moves to look like you're hurt, like with AEW as their protocols, you can't be selling moves like you're hurt, you know. But WWE doesn't do that though. I don't know for why for a reason AEW decided to do that now is beyond me. Pertains to trying to sell a move to act like you really are hurt. Um, that's as far as selling, and Bianca Belair did a great job with that one there. But anyone in WWE does that, without an approval, that's a no. I guess it's just too much selling to a point where, oh man, this person's hurt, blah blah, like whatever. But the match do continue on. I think Charlotte was getting to win, and oh yeah, she was getting to win, but she got on the figure four into the figure eight. Wait, before I get to what happened next. Charlotte Flair, another thing I didn't like about the match too, that was good. It wasn't going to look good. Charlotte Flair tried to go for a double figure four onto Bianca Belair and Asuka on by getting them both of their legs and doing a figure four onto them to do a double figure eight, whatever that Michael Cole had said. But the way that was done, you have Asuka and Bianca Belair laying next to each other. If the idea was to do a double figure four or to a double figure eight to the both of them, do what you did with Natalia when she did the double sharpshooter, having both women on top of each other, and then lock them into the sharpshooter. She did with Lay Cool. She even did that at WrestleMania 30 with the other two women. I think that was the one that she did as well. I could be wrong, but I digress. But if that was going to be the idea, why couldn't you just have Asuka and Becca Baker be on top of one another so that Charlotte could execute that move? I mean, it would be nice to see that, but the way it was done, and then look at it was going to be it was good. That obviously it was going to be impossible to do because how can you have them in a figure four leg lock, both of them at the same time, and they're laying next to each other, where you got to get one of the legs. You get my point, right, folks? I'm pretty sure you get my point. Based on how I'm describing it, it's impossible to do that. So unless your player has four legs, maybe that could have been possible, but no. There was no way for her to do that at all. It looked just silly, it looked just stupid, and she should have known better. For someone who's supposed to be the greatest of all time, in WWE's eyes, because not anyone, say, picture her, sees her as the greatest of all time, Charlotte Flair. But someone who's great at what she does, she sure as hell then think that was gonna be a great thing to do. But then again, just the same Charlotte Flair who still does a moonsault and it always looks bad. And she did moonsaults to Bianca Belair and Asuka too as well in the ring. But they had their knees up, whatever I guess it was. I mean, for once it could have looked better. It almost looked better in a way. So, oh wait, one moment, folks. I can't believe I'm doing this. One second.
For what?
Miz is waiting for what? Oh, LA Knight. He's on Raw.
You're gonna make the Miz wait? I don't care about this.
I think that was his idea.
When you're a megastar and you win the Slim Jim Battle Royal, you can go wherever you want. Yeah!
And comes Shinsuke Nakamura, the king of strong style. I don't know what they're doing from him now. Now he's moved away from Champa, but I hope he's back to being a babyface after that trouble. Playing a heel for the moment. But nevertheless, but back to the match. While Shinsuke threw his entrance, which is great by the way. That everyone's doing on the sing along of his theme. But so now we get to the part where Charlotte is going for the figure four into the figure eight onto Asuka, and that's when Bianca Belair like, no, hell with this. I'm finishing the match. She gets on the top and does a 450 splash onto Charlotte Flair while she's got the figure eight, and it was a cool spot there. But meanwhile, also at the same time, instead of for Bianca Belair to do that, the idea, the whole thing is that she's on her knee her knee got hurt in the match, and she does the 450, which is a stuff you gotta do when you're doing it off the top rope and you do the you know uh, you're spinning around frontwards in a way, and you're gonna land on your knees. Okay, so Shinsuke Nakamura versus Bronson Reed. This is the match where Ciampa got in the business of Nakamura between Bronson Reed and Shinsuke Nakamura. So now we get to see what happens in this match now. You know, will there be any involvement this time from anyone? I don't know. I just hope that this is a, a clean finish this time between these two. But anyways, so Rebecca goes for the cover and doesn't. Oh, that's the two I should say. Um, so match two continues, and at one point, Charlotte goes to the figure four onto Bianca Belair for the into a figure eight. And while referee is looking at to see if Bianca Belair's going to tap out, whatever, right? Because the knee is damaged, because of Charlotte Flair. All of a sudden, Asuka gets back in the ring, and I knew this was going to happen too. By the way, Asuka was going to miss her in the face, and she did. And obviously, because there's no a triple threat match, it's no DQ. Lazy booking. Shout out to Jim Cornette. but yeah, so that happens, and Asuka goes to to Bianca Belair, I guess to pin her wherever. But then Asuka gets rolls up by Bianca Belair, and Bianca Belair gets the pin and gets the win. Your winner and new women's champion, Bianca Belair. Now, I figured we were going to have a new women's champion. I didn't think it was going to be Bianca Belair. I think it was going to be Charlotte Flair. That way they could have her be a 15-time women's champion. Instead, they went with Bianca Belair. You know what? I'm fine with that. I was okay with that. Bianca Belair is your new not so undisputed WWE Women's Champion. But then we get the cash in of Io Sky. She comes out, and Billy comes out too, and then Billy gets the briefcase from her, and then clobbers Charlotte Flair and Asuka with the briefcase, which I thought that was funny about the way that was done. And then, Bailey tried to take out Bianca Belair with the briefcase, but Bianca Belair took her out, and then Io Sky got got the better of Bianca Belair, and then she decides to cash in and go for her over the moonsault onto Bianca Belair, and in 8 seconds, because the match was at this point she cashed in and it was officially a match, and 8 seconds into the match between those two, your winner and new WWE Women's Champion. So we had two title changes in one, and with the same title. First, Bianca Belair won against Asuka by pinning Asuka. Then we had Io Sky pinning Bianca Belair. So basically, in a way, what it pertains to Bianca Belair, Bianca Belair is getting pinned by Japanese women to lose her women's title. She lost it to Asuka at Saudi Arabia, which I think they call it Night Champions, right? Yeah, she lost it at Night Champions in Saudi Arabia to Asuka, and she lost, and she only for her to win it back from Asuka at SummerSlam. But then lose it to another Japanese and female in Io Sky on the same night that she won from a Japanese star in Asuka. Wow. Coincidence? I think not. Oh, Nakamura takes down Bronson Reed. But yeah, so yeah, I'm happy for us, EO Sky. Now I wanted to pop real loud, folks. I was watching it on late. I didn't want to give anyone up, especially my uncle. But I wanted to pop loudly for EO Sky because well deserved, well deserved. Happy for her. She got what she deserved. And I love. I don't remember if it was Michael Cole who said this or Corey Graves. Might have been Michael Cole. From Stardom, for winning championships from there, from Stardom to becoming the women's champion in the biggest company in the world in WWE, which WWE is that biggest company in the world. That was a great line from Michael Cole. Uh, but yeah, and then the best part of this celebration was Io Sky winning with Bailey being there as well to celebrate with her. Dakota Kai was there. She ends up being in the ring with the rest of Damage Control. Now, as far as Dakota Kai, there's no telling what's going on with that situation of her injury because again she I think that it's an ACL that she tore during the time. About it, Raw went to picture now. So the match between Bronson Reed and Shinsuke Nakamura is still continuing on. So, but there you go, folks. But yeah, but yeah, this was just the fact that that Dakota Kai is still not is still going to be out. Yeah, for the rest of this year. Because again, it's an ACL tear that she had to take care of. So I don't know when she'll be back. It's not gonna be this year. I'll be shocked if she comes back later on this year, but I don't think it's gonna happen anytime this year. But look at she was good though. Look at she was moving pretty good. When she got in there suffering with the rest of Damage Control. And this was 1 year ago that Bailey, Dakota Kai, and Io Sky was at SummerSlam last year when they formed this alliance, which we didn't know what the name was at the time until they started building and building. And we all know where they are now as Damage Control. But here we are a year later, and here we have Io Sky standing in the middle of that ring at SummerSlam from the genius in the bank of winning the Money in the Bank of this year to be standing in the middle of that ring as your new WWE Women's Champion. Great. I love it. So proud of her. So happy for her. So good. It just feels so good. And Io Sky was, you could tell, her face, she looked like the happiest woman in the world right now, that she is the champion on the main roster. I mean, she's been champion before, obviously, on the main roster, taking titles, even though it was a flop twice. Even winning the tag titles on NXT, and then winning the main title, the main NXT title on NXT as well. But this one is what you say that she finally made it. Even though she's been made it though, but still, Io Sky is one of the best in the world, and about time she got what she deserved. Good for her. I'm happy for her. And with that being said, we get to the main event. The tribal combat for the not so undisputed WWE Universal Championship, and to be recognized as the tribal chief of the NY family. 36 minutes and 5 seconds lasted between the champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman versus main event Jey Uso. And in this match, pertains to tribal combat. And the match is back, by the way, between Shinsuke Nakamura and Bronson Reed. In fact, yeah, you know what? I'll hold my thoughts about the trouble comeback match, folks. Because right now I'm gonna watch this match between Shinsuke Nakamura and Bronson Reed. So I'll put the match on hold. My thoughts on the match on that main event match on hold for SummerSlam because I want to continue. I want concentrate on watching this match. Which this match is doing it's pretty good. Bronson Reed and Shinsuke Nakamura even though I was talking about the match for SummerSlam pertaining to the women's, we talked about that match. Did follow up on the match of the women's match we had on that night. So, but this match is good too. Here, Shinsuke Nakamura and Bronson Reed. And the crossover behind this match too, by the way.
Oh! Nakamura takes Reed down. Covered now by Shin. Up to the leg. Is it enough? And Reed able to get the shoulder off. Reed is hurting. Hit a bit with that. That big like Reed. How difficult is it to cover him like Shin?
What can Shinsuke do here? On the second rope here?
Of a leg, you can't get him up to coverage over the big man.
Oh, we want to find out. We will know about it because once Reed counters. Oh, ripcord to a scoop slam.
That was perfection, technical excellence from the big man. I think I know what Reed might be thinking of. Well, this may be. Look at that power slam again. Shin landing hard, and now Bronson Reed thinks that this is the beginning of the end. Shinsuke Nakamura.
Oh, wait a minute. Sit out. Running stuff powerbomb by Bronson Reed. And Nakamura kicks out.
Nakamura stays in it. The ring jarring impact of that running powerbomb by the 330-pound Aussie. Watch this. Just ring rattling.
Bronson Reed climbs to the top, but Nakamura cuts him off. He's caught on the top, and dripping the knee. Shinsuke, what's he going here? Oh, was he going for Kinshasa? Oh, dead fatty driver. And Nakamura kicks out.
That led to so much success in NXT. Big boy starting to feel it, going through that roller deck of moves like this one. One of the reasons he was North American champion. Very good fight left in the body of Shinsuke Nakamura now, and doesn't Bronson Reed know it? Reed is so impressive to watch. The way he's a big man.
All right, Bronson Reed's going to do it here now. No. Barry called him. Nakamura missed that kick there. And Bronson Reed gets him with a clothesline, and he drives him to the corner. As he's going for it. Oh, here we go. Let's hear it. Oh, Mr. Tsunami. Kinshasa from the back.
To the back of the neck,
and Nakamura is going for it. He's going for the closing finish here. He's going for the kill. Kinshasa to Bronson Reed. And he gets the win. Damn it, man. I was hoping we would get this. I mean, either way, I'm happy Nakamura won. I was hoping that we get to see the tsunami. Sorry, we can hear Boy Barrett say tsunami. We were almost there, but Bronson Reed couldn't connect.
Just in the nick of time, moving out the way. Bailey, no one, but two. Kinshasa. So that says something about Bronson Reed that it took two Kinshasas from Shinsuke Nakamura to put the big man away. But
so I guess Nakamura's back to being babyface.
Yes, what he's been wanting, Wade, and that's an opportunity to take out Reed one-on-one. Exactly. Shinsuke has said for a couple of weeks now he wants to get the job done on his own. He promised us tonight he would get the victory. He was good to his point. Also here at Monday Night Raw, we have quite the situation
all right
between the world champion Rhea Ripley and Raquel Rodriguez.
Which that will be built up I think for Payback.
Really don't know how many times I have to tell you that we're just not alone.
And this is a fight in a battle and Rhea
that was 3 weeks ago, and this was last week. Raquel will try to get revenge here.
Raquel Rodriguez still rushed the ring to go after Rhea Ripley, and what a fight we had. Problem that Raquel has is like a bull in a outdoors full defense.
Oh, chop block to the back of the knee. The same knee that Rhea took care of Raquel Rodriguez earlier today. Not ready yet. He's wearing a knee brace. Hey, Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae.
Sorry, babe, but you gotta wait till you're 100% to face real. You got this. It's okay.
How long we gotta wait until we get that build up for the match? Well, speaking of waiting for a build up for on this match that should happen at SummerSlam, but I don't care. Either way, it's just gonna be next week anyways. Becky Lynch coming out. Are they going to commercial right now?
Well, Becky Lynch has been relentless in her pursuit of a rematch against the WWE Hall of Famer Trish Stratus. Becky will get that rematch next week, right here on Monday Night Raw. But Becky is here with us live tonight in Minneapolis. And you have to wonder what sort of fireworks the fiery Irish.
Up next is Becky Lynch. I guess to declare a promo for the hype up next week's match between those two, which I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the main event for next week. So that's my guess. But back to finish off my final thoughts about SummerSlam, and that is the main event: Roman Reigns versus Jey Uso for not only the title but for to be recognized as Tribal Chief. And you had candlesticks involved. You had a whip that was involved. Which dates back to Hell in a Cell from 2020. You had chairs involved. You had tables involved, and as I can't say, Jay, what are you doing? Because I knew that was going to happen. Jey Uso said himself he since he could do whatever he wants. He could put you through a table. He'll use the table as a weapon. So I can't really say I didn't see that coming. I can't be upset with that because Jey Uso said that was going to happen. So sure enough, that happened. Not just one table, not two tables, not three tables, but you also include the broadcast table that was used as well. So not only the one broadcast table was used from earlier with Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes in their 4 main events, but yeah, another table used. And one of their 4 main events was the actual main event for the show, which I'll get to that part. But I did watch the match from Clash of Champions 2020 between Jey Uso and Roman Reigns, which was good. Even the Hell in a Cell match, even with into the storytelling there, from 2020, I thought that was good too. This match was not. I'm not saying it was bad, but it was underwhelming. This could have been better if the tribal comeback would have been something a lot better than just seeing a regular wrestling match where where you're involving weapons. If it's going to be a type of match where it's going to be called tribal combat, you could have the the Samoans involved, the families involved in a way. If you want to make it a tribal combat, you could have the ring with no ropes on there, and have the Anawai family, the Fatu family, whichever type of family of the which is the tribal combat to have here, surround the ring and treat it like it's a tribal combat, because you gotta have them test their might. Yeah, you gotta have them even say tribal combat. But I digress. But the thing is, coming into the and on top of it, with the show being long too, by the way. this match I feel like it was dragging. And I know they were doing the whole storytelling and everything, but during this match, me coming out of work and all that, and watching watching the main event, the rest of I was drawing more in this match than I was on the MMA rules match, because I was coming to this match between Jey Uso and Roman Reigns. I felt a little, I felt that my tiresome kicking in. I lost count how many times I yawned in this match between Roman Reigns and Jey Uso. I mean, there was some moments where you had that woke me up a little bit, like Social Cole getting involved, which he did, and he puts Jey Uso through a table. Roman Reigns at one point was put through a table by Jey Uso, um, from the outside. And then Jey Uso pushed Social Cole through a table, which is the broadcast table, to help basically to get payback for happened to Jimmy Uso, his brother. There's one thing that slipped in the corner, which we'll get to that part when we get to it. But whip involved by Jey Uso to Roman Reigns, a candlestick involved by both guys on each other, steel chairs involved on both guys. At one point, you had Jey Uso, outnumbered, like I said, because Sosa came out at one point. So Sikoa and Roman Reigns was going for the tag team double team moves, the spears and Samoan Spike combination. So they went for it, and then Jey Uso, basically pulled Sikoa and towards himself, towards him for Roman Reigns to spear, Sikoa instead, and Sikoa ends up coming back to take out Jey Uso with a super kick, because Jey Uso was going to do something to Roman Reigns. I can't remember if it was a chair or a candlestick or whatever. I can't remember exactly. But and then Solo looks at Roman Reigns, upset that he's because he got speared by Roman Reigns. And obviously it was an accident, but still. Hold that door, folks. The show's up is now here. What was this?
Hey, Madame Maxine.
Excited for Coach Gable. Otis, so good. And don't forget to grab ice.
Who was Maxine Dupree talking to?
I'm so excited for Coach Gable. Otis, so good for us. And don't forget to grab ice. See you soon.
I guess our assistant, maybe.
Hey, Madame Maxine. What a pleasant surprise.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Ludwig Kaiser.
Congratulations to Gable for the amazing victory. And also to let him know Damian God is already looking forward to fight the ring with his body all over again.
You get out of our locker room.
Well, but before I do that, I'll tell you something. I have my eyes on it's now and say all potential of the world. What you will have to understand is that some people around here are just better. I mean, take a look at me. European elephants, A+ aesthetics, A+ everything. And then, of course, you take a look at this big, disgusting freak.
Oh, Maxine Dupree just slapped the taste out of Ludwig Kaiser. Talking about Otis. Speaking of Otis, there he is.
Don't have your eyes on the Maxine. If you want some action, put me in that ring tonight.
All right, guys are happy that they get to see Otis to be out there.
I'll see you all. And you. I'll see you too, Maxine. Well, I hope to make that official.
Well, he's making it. He's got to watch that. So, but anyways, but back to the match, folks. So after that was all done. Because it was so after that was done, we didn't know what was going to happen with Sikoa and Roman Reigns, but it didn't matter because Roman Reigns ended up getting taken out again by Jey Uso. Then Solo, trying to take out Jey Uso again, and Obviously Jey Uso got the better of him. And that's when he on the splash off the barricade onto so to go to the table, the broadcast table, and then back to the match between Roman Reigns and Jey Uso in the ring. Um, and they have at it and everything. And Jey Uso, look like he's getting the win here, giving Roman Reigns the spear, giving him. I think he may have given a super kick first, I guess, and then a spear, and then went for the Uso splash, and goes for the cover. One, two, but then a hooded figure pulls Jey Uso out of the ring, and the hooded figure. I couldn't believe this. I was in shock. I can't believe they did this. And some may have thought some may have saw this coming, but doesn't mean it was good. The hooded figure that caused Jey Uso of becoming the champion and the tribal chief, which by the way that was coming to the show. Yeah, I never in my mind that I thought Jey Uso was going to win. At the end of the day, Roman Reigns was winning. That was never good. That was never going to change. That whole thing was not going to change. Not even how they convinced me here of that whole thing that was going to change my mind. That was going to make me change my thoughts. That's going to have me second thinking that Jey Uso was going to win. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it because he does. He's deserved everything he deserves. But the way they did it made no sense. So the hooded figure was Jimmy Uso, who cost his own brother the match by pulling him out of the ring, revealing himself, and then super kicking him, puts him back in the ring, and then Roman Reigns gives him the spear through a table, which was set up from earlier, and gets the win. And then Jey Uso, obviously doesn't win. Roman Reigns is still your champion, as still our tribal chief. Um, and then Jimmy Uso walks away. So basically, he's not really aligned with the bloodline. When it comes to Roman Reigns, Sikoa, and Paul Heyman. I guess he did he did it on his own what I'm trying to think of the word. But either way, he acted alone in this whole thing. So Jimmy Uso turns on Jey Uso, and we'll get the reason why he did what he did. But this doesn't make any sense. I thought this was stupid. This was a swerve that was not a good swerve because why would Jimmy Uso turn on Jey Uso after Jey Uso is with did all this to get justice, to get revenge, to get payback what happened to his brother, what takes to be to be taken out the way he was taken out. And Jey Uso could have been taken out like that too, but they focused more on Jimmy Uso being taken out more than anything. So, of all people that had to be the one to cross Jey Uso, and we knew this was going to happen. Either it was going to be Sikoa, Paul Heyman, or someone else coming in of the NY family or maybe the Fatu family, whatever. I was expecting maybe some they bring in Umaga's son involved, but it was Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso, the twin of Jey Uso. People could try to make sense out of this, and people may say, "Oh, this is good," because they didn't see it coming. Just because you didn't see it coming, just because it was unpredictable, doesn't mean it was good. This to me, this made no fucking sense. Despite the main event match being underwhelming, and it was a very underwhelming match. I felt pretty bored during the match, but yes, that's true. Maybe hold that thought. Maybe hold my thought, folks, because Shane Best is out here. basically, yeah, Becky Lynch confirmed about Trish Stratus of her match, and then Zoe Stark comes out, and Zoe Stark. I don't remember exactly what she said. I really don't. I didn't really care. But then, but that's all Shane Baszler coming out. So Shane Baszler, she's her eye. Look at it's got a nice shiner there.
Think you were referencing me when you were saying, wait a minute, tell me again, Zoe, who's the baddest now? Jada, it just looks like.
Oh yeah, she did say that. I didn't remember seeing it. I didn't remember. So I was saying that part.
Let me tell you this, you keep
Zoe Stark, I should say, not Shane.
stepping up to me, sweetheart, I will send you home with your bags, just like Ronda Rousey. Oh, them sounds like fighting words. Well, I have an idea, and I can't think of a better place or a better time for you two to fight than right here, right now in Minneapolis.
So what? So Becky Lynch just.
Why don't you come down here and make this official for these good people? That sounds like a hell of an idea. In fact, give me a referee out here, because it's going to be Shayna Baszler, and it's going to be Zoe Stark, and it's going to be right now, because this match is official.
Well, he didn't have to think long hard about that.
Physical matchup. Shayna, Zoe, live, next.
He had to think about it long and hard. And I like Becky Lynch is on also on suggesting making matches now. Okay, whatever. Back to what I was gonna say. Back to Jimmy Uso turning on Jey Uso. Makes no sense. It's stupid. It was dumb. Just because it was unpredictable for some people doesn't make it good. This makes no sense. This swerve was not good. I did not like that that after all this they've been through together, for everything they did. And good for Michael Cole for signing the 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 story here. I mean, obviously that's his job. That was it was great that he. Oh, hold on a second. I got switch Bluetooth now.
Connected.
There we go. Okay, back to what I was saying. So yeah, after everything they've been through together, pertains to finding out of the bloodline because Roman Reigns it was is he's he's addicted with power. He's drunk with power. He's you know he's been a douchebag, an asshole, a dick. And he's abusing his power in a way to his cousins. And then and that's what happened with Jimmy Uso. And with Jey Uso trying to help, it's not like Jey Uso was weak and vulnerable, trying not to help. He couldn't do anything to help his brother. He tried. He was trying his best. If you've seen the show on back, weeks, a few weeks ago on SmackDown, no, Jey Uso was trying to help Jimmy Uso, but they got the better of them. Remember, Roman Reigns did give Jey Uso the low blow, and obviously Jey Uso was not 100% to try to help his brother anyway because he still felt the effects of that low blow of Roman Reigns. And then was also Koa tying him up in the ropes. At one point, Jey Uso got free from the ropes, and then try to help Jimmy Uso, and again still kept it being game stopped until Jey Uso until Jimmy Uso finally got taken out. And then and it was Jey Uso going being there for his brother as he was going he's being carted out, going to the hospital. Jey Uso was there for Jimmy Uso during those times. And he's been there for him, try to get revenge, try to get justice. And the only way to do it is for him to beat Roman Reigns to take away of his title and his tribal chief position. Now we all knew that was going to happen, and we expected someone to cost Jey Uso. And we all knew it was somebody somehow it's going to be Sikoa or maybe Paul Heyman. But by doing it with Jimmy Uso, was stupid. Made no sense. Didn't like it. There was no other way. There was no other way for him to do to call Jay Uso. It had to be. It had to be Jimmy Uso. And for what? To do this. This thing that this man loves to do, what seems to family feud, the brotherly feud, this whole brotherly feud, you know, because it worked so well with Bret Hart and Owen Hart, which it did. But remember the last time they tried to do this before with the Hardy Boys, didn't pan out well as people thought it would. I mean, it was a great idea at first, but then but guess what? It didn't work, especially with the story they tried to tell as well. That story that it got way too personal. Yeah, I know what's wrong with that whole thing. I don't want to get to it, but yeah, I know. Now, could this be good with chance to this feud? Yeah, it could be. But again, this makes no sense of why Jimmy Uso turned on Jay Uso, and we'll hear his reasons. I mean, unless he wants to do the Brock Lesnar where he's not going to tell anyone of why he did what he did, and he's just going to be silent about it, and then not really tell us about tell us the reason why he did it. But this could be the match that's going to be leading to for the Bloodline story to continue on at Payback. Jay Uso is going to be getting payback against his brother Jimmy Uso. For costing him what could have been something that could have benefit the family, with Jay Uso being the tribal chief. So I don't know. We'll see what happens on Friday when we hear explanation. But as far as the match again was underwhelming, and the swerve of it, yes, it was shocking, but it was underwhelming. It was not good. Oh, so yeah, there you go, folks. That's my thoughts about SummerSlam. And as far as my overall career in SummerSlam, uh, yeah, it was nothing bad about the show. But it was definitely one of WWE's biggest pay per views ever. And they pull out some bangers of pay per views of this year, but this year, but this year of Rotation SummerSlam, very underwhelming. One of the weakest, and yeah. So that being said, I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. Hey, with me, it's Jay McDonough.
Damien, anything you want to say to me, you can say to JD. I've known him 20 years. He's heard it all. Fine, that's your problem. What was that? You don't come out with us. You attack Seth. You don't tell us what's up. What's going on, man? We gotta handle your business too. Listen, I decided to make my own plan because on Saturday you didn't stick to the plan either, did you? Oh, that's mochinche right there. That's not on me, man. I went out. The world knows why I was out there to make sure you win a world title. But no, even with my help, you lost.
That's true.
Because of that loss.
No.
You're crowding me. Well, that contract is great. Is it? Hey, no. Okay? Let's stop acting like a pledge. Let's not acting like men. Then, look at me. Look at me. At SummerSlam, Priest was edible. We were all there to help you. End story. Didn't work. What not? But I need you guys to start getting on the same page and continue running what they're not for. Okay? You understand? Yeah. That's what I'm this might not be my place. I might be out of line. I think that briefcase is going between the two of you guys. So maybe you should get it. Hey, please. I don't know he's talking.
Well, while it's all going on with this whole discussion going on backstage, we still got this match with Shane Baszler and Zoe Stark to happen, but they've been waiting in the ring throughout the commercial break, and they had them waiting, until the segment's finished, and here we are finally. So how long has that been for them? 4 minutes they've been standing there warming up until it was time to ring the bell. Ridiculous. Wait a minute, why is Becky Lynch is out there? And she's drinking lemonade. What the hell? I don't know why she's out there. Like, it's not like Trish is out there. But anyways, nevertheless, Shane Baszler versus Zoe Stark.
Suffered a broken thumb, a hyperextended elbow, and orbital contusion in her MMA rules match this past Saturday night against Ronda Rousey. But she became the first person ever to submit Ronda Rousey
in WWE.
This is a move right out of Ronda Rousey's playbook. Yeah, the ankle lock. So it's wildly again mislined by Shayna Baszler.
Right to the eye there. Oh, and Zoe Stark's taking advantage of it.
I can't believe the faceless I saw Baszler at the airport morning after SummerSlam. Gets us in there fighting. Most competitors were just saying, oh, let me heal up. We've got the injured cheekbone, the injured elbow, the injured wrist and thumb, and that's just what we can see. That is what Shayna Baszler's all about. Stark wants to fight. Zoe Stark, however, says she's not here to mess around either. She wants to seize the opportunity. Like second middle to anyone, she says, the fastest rising woman in the division, and I will not argue with that.
Zoe Stark is dominating this match against Shayna Baszler because Shayna Baszler went to a match at SummerSlam 2 days ago against Shayna Baszler. She's battered, beaten, bruised. Meanwhile, Zoe Stark hasn't had a match at SummerSlam, and she's 100%. Meanwhile, Shayna Baszler is what, maybe 50% or 70%.
To go with it. Shayna Baszler beat about its woman woman. So what does that make Shayna?
Shayna Baszler is firing back here with some kicks. Ooh.
Not be at ringside next week. And Becky, she's been banned at ringside by official out of Pierce. So we start with certainly a lot got involved in that. Becky's getting chatty. It's a lot better than the culture.
Maybe it's a man, either some Manhattan iced tea or a Long Island iced tea. But then again, it doesn't look like it is. Maybe it's added with vodka. All right, so another commercial break. They get this match a long one, and this picture in picture. All right, folks. I gotta go. Take a little break myself. I'll be back in about a few minutes. So stay tuned. I'm gonna remove myself. And I'll be right back.
The shade of Baszler. That might do it.
All right, and we're back. I think I came in, around time. Shane Baszler is in control here.
First time to see all the spotlight away from Shayna. And Shayna found herself in the shadow for years. Finally took out Rousey Saturday night at SummerSlam.
Man, that's China really showing on Shane Baszler. Oh, well, hook kick by Zoe Stark. So Zoe against two.
Nice. So we start going back again to get to the multiple plays. Watch this. Bang!
Well, it's more. I think it's more of a thrust kick than anything. And now Zoe Stark is going to target the battle arm there on Shayna Baszler. Wait a minute, this is Shane Baszler here. Oh, nope. What? Super kick. Oh, wait a minute. Look at this. And a kick out. Omega Red showing us how the arena looks in Minneapolis.
Next week, Becky Lynch has been out in creating chaos, invading the show, and essentially doing that at the music. Oh boy, what a matchup Becky Lynch has delivered for us.
Oh, let me do this here.
Zoe one-on-one is a hard-hitting affair as you'll ever see. Again, right to the injured luminal bone.
And he's gone. Okay, we see here Omega Red in the power chat. Just wanted to say hi. Okay. Awesome. As far as Jay Bird, I guess his power is still out, but he'll join as soon as he, if his power is eventually does come back on. I don't know because he said over there in Atlanta, it's very stormy. It's stormy, so it's actually a bad weather storm, I guess, that's going on. Shayna Baszler.
Trying to wrestle Zoe Stark up, and she does on her shoulders into the world's baddest slam.
The world's baddest slam.
A toast to the victory.
What's wrong with Becky Lynch? And now she's spinning the lemonade out like she's Triple H. I don't get the whole thing of freaking lemonade.
Right now, I'd like to welcome my guest, Shinsuke Nakamura.
All right, Shinsuke.
Shinsuke, you requested this a few times after your impressive victory earlier on tonight over Big Bronson Reed.
Yeah, Byron. I'm tired of people getting on my way. But tonight, I won. And from now on, I carve my own time.
What the hell?
Guys, sorry, Shinsuke. Guys, there's something going on over there. Over there.
Sami Zayn getting attacked by JD McDonough. Holy shit. What happened to Sami Zayn's elbow? Oh my god, look at a big lump there. Oh yeah, by the way, the whole thing of pertains to Jimmy Uso, the whole thing. I would say Jimmy. I know. Well, actually, it was that one time that I said that was Survivor Series War Games, where the whole Jimmy, what are you doing? That was kind of my moment. When it comes to SummerSlam, from that swerve they did, but I couldn't find myself to say it. For one thing, I was tired, and nothing. I thought it was stupid. That Jimmy Uso betrayed his brother like that. So Michael Cole said for me in a way, Jay, what did you do? I mean, Jimmy, what did you do?
As a basis, somewhere in. So it's time. That's what it comes. It's the first step in our life with its plastic. Join us as it comes the same outcome. The story of it's not in my challenge.
Oh, yeah, stuff. But he's such a deputy employee.
You're right. Hey, John.
That's all now.
So, a strong lead. Is your plan to watch the game tonight? I haven't watched 90%. It's not your best plan. But you know what it is? My plan for Verizon. For a limited time, get NFL Sunday ticket for YouTube TV on us. A $449 value. Plus, get a free Samsung Galaxy S23 only on Verizon. Garden of Life's Dr. Formulated Foods Probiotics contain 40 billion probiotics that help your digestion so you can be a more regular human. I think everyone knows them. Hold on. Look for Garden of Life, the number one probiotic that helps women. Number two.
Just like, it's a pretty basic.
All right. I think this is Arby's just to see how good the food is. It does look good because they have the meat.
Can I handy and fix my leaky faucet?
How much does it cost at my HVAC check?
How do I know I have a missing? What do I my screen? Questions don't have to keep you up at night. Get peace of mind with Thumbtack. We'll connect you with local pros for any home project, from small fix to a big remodel. See transparent prices, verified reviews, and look, just a tap. Thumbtack, easy way to care for your home.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis.
So I guess the question is, within the same Zayn, I guess I'm assuming that's a legit injury he's got there, unless they did some Hollywood makeup type of thing. You make it look like that's what it looks like. I don't know. I could be wrong. But then again, I didn't see him wearing elbow pads or anything when he was out there.
So much better because of
That's from earlier tonight. So I guess Sami Zayn's out. Unless someone as a replacing Sami Zayn, unless he's still go out there and wrestle with that. Whatever that scar was elbow. I hope it's not a staph infection, by the way. Here comes Otis. Coming to the ring by Maxine Dupree. Thank you.
Coming into the ring by Maxine Dupree, representing Oklahoma Academy.
Otis from Superior, Wisconsin, a couple hours drive from Minneapolis. The wait is over. The Premier League is back. August 11th on NBC. USA and Peacock as the world's best players return to the pitch with new dreams, new stakes, new hope in a brand new season of the Premier League on NBC, USA,
and we're going to be getting Louis Kaiser coming out.
Tom Cannon will be involved. Tom Cannon will be involved with Westbrook. They'll probably get promoted next season.
Giovanni Vinci. Louis Kaiser.
So, earlier tonight, Kaiser was in a conversation with Maxine at the Alpha Academy locker room. They basically said Maxine had all the potential in the world. She shouldn't be hanging out with a big, disgusting freak like Otis. Kaiser, I think, was hitting on Maxine. Yeah, he got blown out. Those are not as much game as Mike Cole. But, hence, we've got ourselves a fight now. Kaiser says he has European elegance and A-plus aesthetics. No doubt about it. The man is like a statue. Again, Gable, not out here tonight with Alpha Academy.
It's the bell.
Which means he faces Imperium's Gunther. The Intercontinental Championship down the road. Just over. So, German Jim C4 since SummerSlam. So this guy is fired up for this one.
Also, fully behind Otis tonight. No surprise, by the way.
A walking tree trunk. Otis, the number one guy of the Alpha Academy. Meanwhile, Ludwig Kaiser really is the underrated member of the Imperium. He is great. Sour face, perfectionist,
and Otis
doesn't like the circus aspects of sports.
He's absorbing every blow that Louis Kaiser is delivering to him.
Otis is impervious to those strikes.
Oh.
Shoulder tackle. And the power of Otis on the slam. Kaiser's a highly experienced competitor. He's never been in there with someone.
Oh, shoulder first to the post. Otis missed.
Just backfired as that shoulder struck the ring post. Maxine looking on and how the technical savvy.
Oh, is that PK or is that a knee strike?
Kaiser goes on the attack. Otis, a much better penalty than Mega Rapino's. Oh, my line! Who's my line?
That's my line.
Looking on, delivering right hands now to Otis as he lays down at Maxine. He believes Maxine is part of the rest better as a competitor, part of Imperium than Alpha Academy. Well, look at that. Out from behind, Otis taking offense to the fact that Kaiser conversation with Maxine. Otis is a love machine himself. He ain't feeling the love for Ludwig Kaiser, that's for sure.
Oh.
Love about Otis. This is an animal magnetism. Oh. Avalanche of this. Now you're about to see a 330-pound man weigh what is called the Caterpillar. Shaking what he's got.
And Giovanni is getting us off here.
Up on the apron. Otis is going to make Mr. Vinci pay. Look at the power.
And Otis suplexing into the ring. Wait a minute. Gunther. And referee didn't see that. Didn't see it. And Louis Kaiser and Louis Kaiser wins. Another beat up on Otis. Where's Jack Gable? Here goes Jack Gable.
championship, but make no mistake about it, Wade. That attack by Gunther, you see the smile on his face. In Imperium was a not so veiled threat directed at Chad Gable. Go next, Gable. I want to take you back to what happened just a few moments ago here on
All right.
Monday Night Raw.
Now,
Shinsuke Nakamura was being interviewed.
Sami Zayn again. He's been taken out, and they can show right now again what happened with this attack. Now I'm assuming now with Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins out one man, maybe it's just a perfect time for Drew McIntyre to step up to team alongside with Seth Rollins and with Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes.
And World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Guys, you're expected to compete later tonight in a six-man tag match, but after what just happened, is Sami Zayn going to be able to go?
I don't know. Look, Sammy wants to go. Doctors, they're not going to compete tonight, so it's 2 on 3. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if he was that guy. Might as well be 3 on 1. I don't. I know.
Seems good.
All right, Shin. A lot of respect for you. A long time. Let's ride, baby.
So we get to see Shinsuke again.
Awesome!
Oh God,
That's pretty awesome. Nakamura going to team with Rhodes.
we go from bad to worse.
Judgment Day.
Ladies and gentlemen,
So this man, The Miz, is obviously upset. He's jealous that he may not be the only Hollywood A-lister around here. Sure Miz has something to say about LA.
Oh, they're going to come straight now.
Next. Want to know why no one else is that?
One moment, folks.
Oh.
Well, so following back, Miz, LA Knight, Chad Gable, Russell Reed, AJ Styles, Kevin Cross, Sheamus, they all helped out roommate Omos. Okay, so Miz got remade by LA Knight, which that's gonna happen too on the show. And it was the overhead visibility off the top by LA Knight to Sheamus, and then that's what led to a close on him out of the ring to win the battle royal. Like, and now the Miz is upset and jealous that LA Knight got a photo shoot because he won the battle royal, which probably the Miz was a part of. The Miz was part of that battle royal. Maybe if he would have won the battle royal, he would have been getting in that backstage photo shoot instead of LA Knight.
Came to WWE a very long time ago. I was taught respect. Respect. You come into that locker, you introduce yourself, you shake the hand of the superstars that have paved the way to allow you to step into this ring. LA Knight not only threw the top rope in the battle royal from behind, he did not introduce himself to me. He did not shake my hand. I am sick and tired of the
Hoo hoo hoo, wham wham wham. Oh boy, here we go. And that's a Sky microphone. He's walking with a purpose. Yeah. Okay, he's got a microphone.
Let me talk to you. I thought that we got a great introduction in the Battle Royal at SummerSlam. But if that didn't work for you, allow me to introduce myself. Everybody's saying. No. To shake my hand. You don't think I've seen superstars like you come into WWE, try to ride my coattails? See, the way I see it is like this. You take away the Miz. What you take away from me, you take away my success, my fame, my money. You strip away my hot wife. You strip away every ounce of charisma that I have. And what do you get? L.A. Knight. You are a flash in the pan. You are a flavor of the month. Now, don't get me wrong. All these people right here love you right now, and they'll probably love you for the next 5 months. They'll buy your t-shirt because they think you're it. You know what I think? I think you're just an attitude and a fanboy playing cosplay in my ring. Okay, so no handshake. Let me be honest. I don't have a problem with you. But trust me when I say you do not make this person. First of all, I talk personal. I think talk personal. I think my career very, very personal. I've taken it personal for 20 years. I took it personal when I first got here. You said I'd be fired within 3 months. I took it personal when I was kicked out of the locker. I still take it personal to this day, even though I have made a better WrestleMania. I have been two-time France. I am champion. I have made myself indestructible to anyone in their life. Anything they give me out here for 20 years. What have you done for the past 20 years? So personal it is. What have I been doing for the last 20 years? That's a great question. You know what I've been doing? I've been making myself a dangerous man. What does that mean? I'll tell you what that means. I've been clawing, scratching, doing everything I needed to do. On the outside, looking in, while this place bet on all the wrong horses. You being one of them. Meanwhile, this thoroughbred is on the outside, running a parallel path, albeit a little more rocky, just waiting for the right opening. And here you are with a 20-year head start. You know why you got that 20-year head start? You got that 20-year head start because you're sick. You know what that means? They knew that when you came in here, they could smack you around. They could kick you out of the locker. And what did you do? You took it. The line on me has always been, we're not ready to take the chance on it yet. You know why? Because I'm a dangerous man. They knew that as I came in here, you want to smack me around? You want to kick me out of the locker? No. Papa didn't take no mess. I'm not to be messed with. That's the difference between me and you. With all that said, still, you became every single champion you could here, and you did it many times over, and good on you. I haven't been there yet. But here I am on the climb, and your toilet's in, your career's in the damn toilet. But I'll tell you what. Look at that, you gave me a good job. I tell you what, if you want to make this personal, I'm fine thinking you're a stepping stone. Stepping stone? Don't get hot. I ain't talking about your little stepping stones down there. I'm talking about me watching over you to the main event where I'm at. I am the main event. I am the main event, and you are not on my level. That's a really interesting theory. Strangely enough, I'm looking you dead in your eyes right now. So if you think I'm not on your level, why don't you prove me wrong? I ain't.
Mrs. ready to throw down, or is he going to leave like he always does? Wait a minute. Cheap shot.
Of course he did. And now he's gone. This hammered away on LA Knight. Jealousy and rage. And LA Knight, though, able to
Blunt force trauma.
Blunt force trauma.
Hey, straight to Mrs. Hands. Yeah. Even though he's unconscious.
Movement all be contained. Town to town, from Raw to SmackDown, the Vegas Star is taking over this entire industry. Yeah, where the Battle Royal SummerSlam this past Saturday night, LA Knight taking out a very jealous Miz here on Monday Night Raw. Switching gears now, Monday Night Raw is the fact that we get to see these guys kick people's rear ends week in and week out. Here are the Viking Raiders. We are the Viking Raiders.
After a vicious and glorious campaign, the gods again call to us.
The gods call, and we answer.
Under the light of tonight's moon, we challenge anyone to bring us battle and be sacrificed.
To the gods.
Oh, I guess that's now. Because that was the performance today was earlier on that day.
Valhalla is here.
The Viking Raiders of battle never ends, and no conquest is enough to satiate them. But who will take the challenge? Who will the Viking Raiders face? Live next on Raw.
Yeah, I wonder who. Dominic Mysterio and Rhea Ripley will be on NXT against Dominic Mysterio facing Dragon Lee for the North American Championship. Wow. Rey Mysterio Jr. will be in the corner of Dragon Lee.
American title is on the line on NXT.
Jake, paper?
Yeah, what's up?
What if I need additional coverage on my place?
No worries, your agent can walk you through everything.
What if
Just file a claim on the app. Safe Farm's there for your what ifs.
that?
You should run. Yeah. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I guess that's a good name. State Farm is always there,
I suppose Jimmy's John's.
especially if you're Jake from State Farm.
I can't do this. I'm wearing a wire. I'm not who you think I am. Jimmy John's summer wraps are back. Limited time.
You can't leave without cuddles, but you also can't leave covered in hair. With Bounce Pay, you can cuddle and press that hair on. Bounce, it's the shape. Garden of Life's doctor-formulated women's probiotics.
Good to know.
40 billion probiotics.
All right, folks. So
Regular use. Hold on.
still no Jalen
Number one probiotic.
and Omega Red.
Number two.
Obviously he's enjoying the show.
Those things for just $7. For these, we have the meats.
Get it? Take two to make a thing go right. Take two to make it outside. I want to drop right now.
Roaching cookie M&M's.
Dunkin' salted caramel cola. Sweet and creamy.
So my Bluetooth work going here.
Yeah, let's run that back.
Right now, Sonic's small hand mixer
Omega always runs on Dunkin'.
it sells itself, so I'll just play with sexy voice. Sure.
All right, let me check something out. By the way, we came to Omega Red.
$1.99 small.
Actually, it's on our messenger here. It's a photo, so I'm assuming it's a photo of him at the event. Oh, no, yeah. Okay. Alright, I respect it.
Is back on USA. Event 5 on Monday Night Raw. Who will take the challenge for the Viking Raiders? It's a new day. Yes, it is.
Oh God.
The new day is back.
Omega Red, I'm so sorry you had to be part of that. But hey, New Day is here. It wasn't Kofi Kingston. And on that note, I'm getting food.
The spin kick of doom.
Oh, the match still going on.
By Ivar.
I thought it would be a squash for the Viking Raiders.
Return. Oh, the new day. Whoa!
Wait.
Splash cover for the victory.
Oh, nope.
My Woods. That is normally good night for most competitors, but Xavier Woods, the master of the joystick, somehow able to kick out of this one.
Master of the joystick.
Return here to Monday Night Raw. I think right now those Viking fans will be thunderclapping their approval of what they're witnessing. The great heathen army is taken over. And now, Ivar, here's the cover. How I thought it was going to even that's the beauty of the Viking Raiders. It's simply unmatched ball fans. Right now, we say there's no risk. Cover over the leg and a kick out. I know my experience. I want to do some lots of WWE champion. The history of sports entertainment.
Yeah, and I killed Brock Lesnar, which was great, by the way.
That tactic hits the and look at this! Tornado DDT! Woods with an opportunity! And Woods making tapping the high bar. Here comes Kofi. And Kofi Kingston, the high flyer, showing us nothing wrong with the ankle tonight. God's got soul on this industry, one of the absolute best I ever got in the ring with. And Kofi Kingston. On the top rope, crossbody. Kofi Kingston's role in the New Day, an absolute national treasure. And Kofi Kingston showing you why. With a boom drop. That ancient golf play. Trouble in paradise. I've already. And now Kobe, little SOS action.
SOS.
For the win and a kick out at two. One technique to take the big man eyeball off his feet like that, but immediately back off is the Viking leader. Oh, eyeball.
Whoopee cushion.
Sit out. Strong pushing. Kingston in big trouble. Got the team now by the Vikings. Needed a face Kobe, maybe out. Up again. And again, another near fall for that eyeball. Damage made well have been done already. Big start on very play kick deep for Kingston. Woods barely been seen for minutes. Tag made again. Double team. Oh, Kobe. And Eric Bryant. Now using his quickness. Kick to the side of the face. Tag made. Xavier puts his feet. Trouble in paradise.
Trouble in Paradise.
Followed by a takeout of Eric. And now the limit break from the top rope.
The limit break.
By Xavier Woods.
And New Day wins.
Welcome back, New Day. It had to feel good for Kingston and Woods to be back.
Omega Red, I feel so sorry for you. They had to be there live to bear witness the return of the New Day.
Good for all tonight. Highly effective. And this was the moment when Chuck was up for New Day. Massive win on that big return after 5 months away. Welcome back, New Day. Kobe Kingston delivered Trouble in Paradise. And Xavier Woods would go up, and then down. The limit break. That didn't happen. New Day with the win on Monday Night Raw.
First Becky Lynch and her lemonades.
Stark.
First of all, I didn't need your help tonight or ever. Got it? Second of all, now that I've taken care of Ronda Rousey, I have a whole list of stories. That means I'll be coming to the band soon. I ain't hard to find. Looking forward to it.
Becky and Trish next week, but coming up tonight in our main event.
Main event later on tonight. Shinsuke Nakamura, Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes versus the Judgment Day of Damian Priest, Finn Balor, and Dominic Mysterio. Because it feels like Christmas.
Friday night SmackDown
Hmm.
on Fox.
Well, I'm yawning now. That means the 3 hours of Raw is kicking in on me now. Hopefully it gets better. Or is it up next?
The Golden Age of Black Beer is here. Another one. Treasure first. Elevate kids. Increase. Clean finish. 90 calories. 3 grams of carbs. It's the gold standard of life beer.
Dunkin' salted caramel whole fruit, sweet and creamy, and top burnt sugar crunch.
I said, watch me do my shake, shake.
Yeah, let's run that back.
I said, watch me do my shake, shake.
America runs the Dunkin'.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your drink when you can. Now, let's get their options. Here we go. It's time to set. Remote hold the temperature. 85% more time. Is that much more time? Everyone's gonna need more time. It's a mess out there. That's why there's 85% more time every power bond. See? 2.7 bucks.
That was a dumb commercial.
Chicken sandwich. 2 of those things for just $7. Arby's, we have the meat.
And fish. And squish. Okay, good. Keep squishing. Fingers to that. And squish. Great. Thank you. Good job.
Squish the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. I'm supposed to chip
That was so dumb.
I didn't do this. I'm wearing a wire. I'm not who you think I am. Jimmy John, summer wraps it back.
Treating schizophrenia without a daily pill may seem impossible. But what if there was a path to treatment just twice a year? It's time for Invega Hakira. The only long-acting injection that helps continuously control schizophrenia symptoms for up to 6 months in one dose. Before starting, must be adequately treated with a shorter-term injection for at least 4 months. Invega Hakira is not for everyone. Elderly dementia patients have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor if you have uncontrollable symptoms, as these can become permanent, or if you have a high fever, stiffness, and confusion. Other risks include increased cholesterol, weight gain, heart rate, and high blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death. These are not often serious side effects. Invega Hakira. Imagine what's ahead when you leave schizophrenia pills behind.
I need $20,000. I can't keep you alone.
So far this brought the SummerSlam. For the most part, it was good.
Viking Raiders made an open challenge. Guess who accepted? The New Day. Returning to a WWE ring for the first time in many, many months, and they have not lost a step. What an exhilarating return it was. This match went all over the ringside area. Kofi Kingston simply back to his superlative best. A lemon break by Xavier Woods put it away.
And there they are, the New Day.
Xavier, Kobe, I work here. My name's Jack Griffin. I just wanted to say congratulations.
I have to ask, I was going to say, how does it feel to be back? It feels good! Yo, did the Viking Raiders say that they were going to make a sacrifice for the cause? What? But did they forget that we are the cause of this tag team division, baby? Because of course, you see the Street Profits now, and the Usos breaking up. What is that? We need to inject some positivity back into this place so we get back to do exactly what we do best, and that's become your new WWE World Tag Team Champion. You know why the champion?
Why?
I'm right there with Wayberry. What he just did there.
Well, you know,
Hit himself with a pen to his head.
that right now is broken by teams today. What happened to this tag team champions? Something.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
So who's going to come?
Sonya Deville to suffer an ACL tear. One half of the women's tag team champions. That belt is cursed. And now they're gonna figure out what to do with the tag team titles now. Just get rid of the belts, man.
It's time now for our main event on Monday Night Raw, and not surprised that Damian Priest is walking in front of Finn Balor. The following is a 6-man tag team match together for Monday Raw. Introducing first.
Balor's still salty as he's staring a hole behind Damian Priest.
Try to put their differences aside tonight in our main event, and a lack of communication between the and Balor ever since Priest won the Money in the Bank contract back in London over a month ago. For all the good news is coming. The Latino King Kong certainly seemed on pretty good job.
What the hell? Raquel just attacked Rhea Ripley. Holy shit!
Still not clear because of the knee injury caused by Rhea Ripley a few weeks ago. Raquel Rodriguez doesn't want to hear it, and she is attacking Rhea Ripley. Running towards Raquel Rodriguez right now. Why do referees getting out there? Are they pulling out? Raquel wants payback. She wants retribution on a permanent wager.
Here they go. They're going out of here. We're getting a full part here from officials, from agents. Cancel Ray, Indy Hartwell. Wait a minute. Wait. Rhea just went after Indy Hartwell. And about to cancel Ray. Oh, and down goes Raquel. What boot? Oh, and cancel Ray going right after Rhea. And Indy Hartwell's going after Rhea. Oh, there goes Rhea's sneaker there. All hell's broken loose here. They're gonna try to get everything in order here. They must be upset that what happened with Sonya Deville after hearing that news. So they're giving the segment to the women's here. Drew McIntyre.
Scottish
The Scottish Warrior.
Fast and powerful nationwide 5G on all things. That's it. I'm going on the Dunkin'. I'll also
Time for a Dunkin' run. Add a $3 spot and change to a medium or larger box. American runs the Dunkin'.
I want to say it. And it's next time I do that. I get short of breath. Nicotine withdrawal headaches every morning when I woke up. I would feel nauseous. My heart was always racing. I was so addicted. I couldn't control my own decisions. I threw my big away 2 days into quitting on back side of the week. I just had to have another thing, no matter what I felt like it was.
never been part of pack. It's seemingly super sweet, but I just ate a ton of mushrooms. Everyone else is doing exactly what you're planning. Yeah, you want to go. You're back live on Monday Night Raw, and they're finding anything under control in women's world champion situation. Raquel Rodriguez. Let's talk about the WWE Women's Championship that happened in SummerSlam. This past Saturday night.
Here we go. Why did they black that out?
Smelled an opportunity. Didn't want to let that slip through. Into the knee, Bianca Belair, briefcase, and then so Io Scott.
Okay, they did that too. EO pinning. Bianca Belair. I don't get it. Just show still images. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Rhea Ripley is trying to calm down. Dominic's trying to calm her down, I should say. And here comes the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Well, lucky little girl to get the American Nightmare weight belt. Because Shinsuke Nakamura, the king of strong style, once again coming out. Had to put taking care of business for Bronson Reed earlier. Finally put the in the rearview mirror. He gets a contract somebody else. That is getting the business of the Judgment Day as he teams up with Cody Rhodes and Seth freaking Rollins. Why is he? Why other people not going to step up? Well, I got a hunch of why, but we'll see how it plays out first.
Next April, tickets are available 1 week from Friday. WrestleMania. On the SummerSlam. Ross agreed. And then after Sammy Davis taken out by JD Cummins, Shinsuke Nakamura told Seth Rollins,
And here comes Seth freaking Rollins.
Mr. Money in the Bank, Damian Priest. Something happened. You're not cross your contract and win the World Heavyweight Championship. You know, Priest always points.
Okay. Hey, get down. Cover, get.
Well,
Cover, down. Stop that.
All-Star main event tonight to get the argument between Rollins and Rhodes. Shinsuke Nakamura says,
All right, Shinsuke is going to volunteer to start things off against Finn Balor.
Balor
Yes, I love this.
as well.
What? Damn, please tag himself in. And Balor did not like that at all. Wait, Dominic tagged himself in. He's trying to calm things down here. Because these two are not working together, not cooperating together. Oh, Nakamura is taking care of Dominic Mysterio here.
Oh, and Nakamura. Here's the color on Dominic, and a kick out. Dominic tomorrow night NXT right here in USA. Championship against Dragon Lee. Dominic's father, Mysterio.
What's going on here? Here, one moment, folks. I gotta leave the studio for now. I'll be right back to continue the rest of. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, folks, I am back. I apologize. I thought I had to leave the studio for something, without having a little issue, but everything's all good. Um, yeah, but we're still commercial. At first it was in picture in picture, but then also went to commercial, a full commercial. So, but we reached the main event, and they're promoting and plugging them. NXT. When Dominic Mysterio defends his NXT North American Championship, being accompanied by Rhea Ripley, up against Dragon Lee, with Rey Mysterio Jr. being accompanied by, being that to possibly, yo. And we're back live on Monday Night Raw. Finn Balor and Shinsuke Nakamura in the ring. And Balor was hesitant to tag Damian Priest until he finally did tag him. And Damian Priest got tagged in in the match by Finn Balor. So Shinsuke is in a little trouble here for the Judgment Day. And Dominic Mysterio got some shots in, in the way of swing shot. She's of Eddie Guerrero. Balor and Priest, 17 on Nakamura there. And Rhea is telling what to say about the Judgment Day. Nakamura chants, Nakamura. The World Heavyweight Champion gets tagged in. The World Heavyweight Champion, Seth Freaking Rollins, cleaning house, taking care of the Judgment Day from the corner. Swing plays on the Damian Priest in the ring. The legal competitor. Falcon Arrow. We're also taking care of Damian Priest, taking care of Balor. And what a right hand by Damian Priest. Was that the stop of third choke sign?
Now, the Judgment Day's working well as a team. It's not going well for Rollins and company.
Oh. Balor is taking care of Cedric Ross on the outside, and they're going to picture in picture. me see here. And some beef stew. Okay, looks good. I don't think it's time though. Man, I kept on riding solo with this. You know, it's kind of unexpected with Omega Red being at Raw. But then again, you probably did mention who's going to be on Raw because I don't know. He may have mentioned it, but I just didn't. I didn't realize it. I don't know. Or I didn't catch that part when he said he's good. When Raw's going to be at in Minneapolis. But I digress. And with Jalen's power being out, which is unfortunate, which is to Winter Storm. I don't know.
Well, and then you have Valley Farm,
Stormy weather. What's going on? It did it again. It did it. Okay.
Garden of Life, Dr.
Don't worry, I'll be back in the room. Don't know why it's buffering like that. Whew, okay, that looks hot.
Jimmy John, summer wraps it back.
And we are back. Dominic Mysterio is all over Seth Rollins in the ropes. And Rhea Ripley got some shots in. And going for the three amigos, Dominic Mysterio is going for onto Seth Rollins. And he took a shot like a Mora. But not the Rollins with a clothesline. Turn him inside out. You sure just took. And here comes the American Nightmare, tagged by Seth Rollins.
Cody Rhodes, who dismantled Brock Lesnar on Saturday night at SummerSlam.
Oh, this actual kick taken out there just off the apron. Scoop slam. He's going for it. Oh, wait a minute, Balor counters. He's going for a close shot. Also, wait a minute, but quick out of there. Balor's trying to go for something. Oh. I had the Prince. I thought it was cut, but sure wants. The Hurricane though. I love the Hurricane. Cody Rhodes with the clean cover. Onto Balor. And Dominic first right at the nick of time. And Nakamura takes out Dominic. Then Priest takes out Nakamura. Rollins takes out Damien.
Seth Rollins is ready.
But Balor blows on Rollins out of the ring. And Cody setting it up. Oh, the briefcase. Because we're unconstructed referee. Wait a minute, it's Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn, he's almost tipped up. He's taking his third Zayn face. Oh no. The briefcase was backfired for Priest. I mean for Balor. Because Rollins. And now he finished it with a crossroads.
It was a night where the Judgment Day simply made one too many enemies, and it came back to haunt them.
Seth freaking Rollins invited Sami Zayn into the ring to get back into the ring. They go for payback, but it wasn't getting Priest. It was not for the Judgment Day. It was actually JD McDonough. But Balor again gets another loss here. Don't SummerSlam was bad.
Tonight on Monday Night Raw, the World Champion Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes, Shinsuke Nakamura, and Sami Zayn as well. Sami Zayn playing peacekeeper tonight. And finally,
Seth freaking Rollins shook his hand on the go to shake Cody Rhodes' hand.
it's this. I don't think they're ever going to be best of friends, but for one night only, at least it was.
All four guys celebrating in the corner.
Celebration.
And Shinsuke Nakamura pulled the trigger.
From Nakamura to Rollins. Well, we mentioned it earlier tonight. Shin is fed up and frustrated on Raw.
I knew that was coming, folks. Shinsuke Nakamura can shot Seth freaking Rollins. That's why Nakamura took the match. Because who's next enough for the World Heavyweight Championship against Seth freaking Rollins? Shinsuke Nakamura is. And that was the show. Me myself a bit, folks. I'll give my thoughts about that momentarily. Okay, now that I'm in the room, so after seeing that, Shinsuke Nakamura Kinshasa Seth freaking Rollins and leaving the way he did. And by the way, I knew this was happening. As soon as Nakamura decided to volunteer to be in the match because Sami Zayn was not 100% to compete because of what was going on with his elbow. Nakamura has to be the guy to step up and to be partners with Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins against the Judgment Day. So after the match was over with them winning, and I saw Nakamura in the corner there, he was not going on the top of the corner. Where tends to Cody Rhodes be on the second corner, Sami Zayn be on the second corner, Seth Rollins be on the second corner, which tends to be opposite. But basically going to their own corners, right? To celebrate and everything. I know Nakamura was just standing right there across from Seth freaking Rollins. And I knew he's going to target him with this Kinshasa. As soon as he pulled that trigger, I'm like, yep, there it is. That's why he took the match. That's why he confirmed Seth freaking Rollins, that he was going to volunteer to be in the match. And Nakamura leaves, and then, had that look in his eye. And I'm like, yep, he's a heel. And he's going to be the one to face Seth freaking Rollins, probably at Payback for the World Heavyweight Championship. And Nakamura's going to lose. Because I don't see Nakamura winning. I don't know if people could say but it's great for Nakamura, right? Yeah, it's great for Nakamura, but he's gonna lose. It's gonna be the same situation what happened with Jinder Mahal. The same situation. Well, actually, that's different because Jinder Mahal sucks. But it's gonna be the same situation with AJ Styles. I'll say that much. And there you go. I would prefer Drew McIntyre to be the guy, but they didn't go with Drew McIntyre. Instead, they went with Shinsuke Nakamura. So now we're gonna get heel Nakamura. He's officially a heel. Great. My overall show rating of the show for Raw after the Slam pertains to the fallout of SummerSlam. Show itself, I mean, most of it was good. Most of it was, whatever. New Day was one of them. Nakamura turning heel. Seth freaking Rollins was whatever. The Miz, sort of, whatever, in a way, but that was a good interaction with Miz and Knight, though. Besides that, I'll give it a 7 out of 10. Not much to say about the show. So there you go. So with that out of the way, let me check on what's going on with Omega Red here. If he has if he's able to show up. Okay, Am I back? Hello? Hello? Okay, there you go. Okay. I don't know why it didn't show me. I thought I'd mute myself. But yeah. Let me get rid of this here. Get back on here. Alright, so I just let Omega Red know whenever he's ready to come on in. And I know it's gonna take a while for him to come on in, which is why I got some plans to do something here. For his watch, for his after watch. Now I don't know what's going on with Jalen. That I'm gonna I'll be right back again. So hold on. Okay, here we go. All right, I just let Jalen know if anything, if everything's okay on his end. Yeah, so I'll hear from him whenever he can. And also, like Red, whenever he's ready to reply, let me know what's going on as well. While I'm eating, by the way, I was talking about some things as well. So, coming out of Monday Night Raw, some things are going to be happening. For example, next week, Winnipeg, Trish Stratus versus Becky Lynch, with Becky Lynch going over, obviously. And after that's done, with Becky Lynch going over on Trish Stratus, which is going to happen, then Becky Lynch can move forward with her next feud with Shayna Baszler. Unfinished business there since 2020. Sonya Deville, suffer an ACL tear, torn, which means Chelsea Green is left without Teddy Parker. Sorry, I'm meaning. Dang it, I shouldn't be talking about my mouth full. I digress. But so yeah, those tag team titles are cursed. Or just the women's tag team championships, they're a curse. I guess you could say since day one, they've been a curse. And the injury bugs are definitely, not helping the case at all. Those belts being the curse. From Aliyah to how they're booking the tag team titles with the women's. With Lita not being part of it, not being involved with it. Liv Morgan getting hurt. Taking the belts away from what's in the NXT Women's Tag Team belts, I should say. Taking it away from Isla Dawn and Alba Fire. Only for Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey to drop it to Raquel and Liv Morgan. Chelsea Green and Sonya Deville gets it, only for Sonya Deville to be taken out with an injury. They need to get rid of those belts. At this point, just get rid of the belts. There's no point. There was any point anymore with those belts. It's been a disaster. And it sucks. It sucks that had to happen. Anyways, but another thing that's going to be happening moving forward as well. To see what's next for Bronson Reed after his loss against Shinsuke. But the build a feud between LA Knight and The Miz. New Day, I can care less what to do with them. But JD McDonough is an interesting thing because we're changing to the Adjustment Day. Whatever's going to happen with the Adjustment Day, you got to figure that JD McDonough is going to be included in that some way, shape, or form. We're changing to the women's as well. Rhea Ripley still having some issues with Raquel Rodriguez, and then with Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae being involved. That's going to create more chaos in the women's division for Rhea Ripley. Obviously, Chad Gable's going to be feuding with Gunther. Not just pertains to Chad Gable and Gunther, but Imperium feuding with Alpha Academy. And it's going to continue on. Now, when the match is going to happen between Gunther and Chad Gable, probably a payback, maybe. Who knows if that's going to be the case on that. I mean, it should be, right? Let's see. Cody Rhodes and Seth freaking Rollins, for now. Well, at first, start off at first, going at each other's throats. Only for them at the end to get, for now, put their difference aside, whatever. I'm trying to think of anything else that happened on the show that was just leading up to moving forward. Obviously besides Nakamura, I already talked about that already. I already run that down to what's going to happen. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. But since what's going to happen next for Raw next week? Will it be any good? Who knows? All that's left now is to see what happens on NXT. We'll see how they move forward with NXT as well, and to see what they follow up on SmackDown when it comes to what Jimmy Uso's explanation of why he did what he did. I cannot wait to hear that explanation of why he did what he did. As far as what's next for Cody Rhodes, what's next for Cody Rhodes? You should say. Well, I don't know. To be honest with you, they haven't given us anything about the whole thing, other than Cody Rhodes, was very upset with what Shinsuke did there when he had to Seth Rollins like that after he volunteered to team up with them. Or what's next for Cody Rhodes? I don't know. Hmm. I was expecting something for from I'm doing something with Cody Rhodes. Someone to confront him, whatever. I mean, we did get Seth and Rollins to return the favor to confront him from the beginning of the show, but that was basically it. There was no Randy Orton, no Bray Wyatt, no. And let me say this too, by the way. Some people were expecting Nick Aldis to show up. We didn't even get that either. There you go. So yeah, Santos Escobar will be facing Austin Theory for the United States Championship. And that's going to be next Friday. Or is it this Friday? No. I'm sorry. It's this Friday. I was thinking about the match between Trish Stratus and Becky Lynch. That's next week. But yeah, so yeah, this Friday, Austin Theory will defend his awful reign of United States Championship against Santos Escobar. And also, I forgot to bring this up too. It seems to Scott winning the Money in the Bank. I mean, cashing in Money in the Bank to win the world title. I mean, the women's title. Will we see same go down between Becca Belair and Io Sky now, or so? I'm assuming that's gonna be the feud. We'll see how that turns out on Friday. And Selena Vega, you gotta think about Selena Vega because she got a win over in Io Sky during this whole thing. And obviously, being the money, being Money in the Bank and and Io Sky on that show on SmackDown, and that will Io Sky being the champion. You gotta think that so Omega says she got win over the Io Sky, who's not the champion, so she could claim that she could be the next in line for a title shot. But then you got Bianca Belair who won the title, and then she got cheated out of it at the end of the day. The whole cash in. And on top of that, you got Asuka, who lost. You guys, you gotta think that there'll be a rematch clause involved. And Charlotte Flair will make an excuse of why she should get another shot because a poison mist in the way. That got in the way of her winning the title. So either way, folks, we're gonna see how this plays out. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Io Sky is gonna be it's gonna be winning a lot of her matches with shortcuts because Bayley's gonna be involved with that. That's if Tasha Blackheart is not gonna be too busy, tormenting Bayley along the way. Or we shall see. You gotta see how this all plays out on Friday. For SmackDown. Delicious. I'll wait. This beef stew. And I'm not done yet. I still got some corns here. Let me eat. But yeah, I don't know what to talk about, folks. I pretty much said what I need to say there. So give me one moment, folks. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Still nothing from Omega Red. He hasn't seen it yet, so he's probably having a good time. Over there. After the show's over, same must be going on. I guess we'll. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the stream going. I'm gonna hold. Stay remain here until I hear something from Omega Red to hear from him about the show and right after the show and his experience of being there on Raw to see if he did enjoy himself there at the show. Where it pertains to win that Raw, 3 hours win that Raw, and he's probably after maybe at concession stands, whatever, buying some merchandise, whatever, or maybe again, maybe grab something to drink or something to eat, whatever. I don't know. Just that's probably why he has to end back there. So, but we'll see. We shall see. When I hear from him. And as far as Jalen goes, Jalen still hasn't shown up yet. Obviously, but I mean, what I meant to say was he hasn't replied yet either. He hasn't seen my message. I hope he's doing all right. Hope he's okay. Because again, there's a storm that's going on. So I just hope that everything's all right over there. Hopefully, we'll hear from him. Okay, now let me get to this corn. Let me see. Let me try to bring something up here, folks. So let's see. Following after SummerSlam will be Payback. September 2nd, 2023. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. No match has been announced yet. Obviously, they just got through SummerSlam, and I guess we'll find out how they're going to build it up by next week for WWE Payback. As far as NXT No Mercy, which is going to be on September 30th, that's a long way. Um, yeah, and they're going to be in Bakersfield, California. Oh yeah. So back to the whole thing with SummerSlam, what tends to the opening of the show, Logan Paul versus Ricochet. They got that out of the way first, just for Logan Paul to leave and go to his brother's fight against basically Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz. I didn't see the fight other than skimming through it because I knew how these fights it's going to be with Jake Paul, and you can say the same with Logan Paul as well, where these type of fights happens, which is going to be scripted. It's going to be rigged, which it is. No surprise there. I mean, I wouldn't say no, sorry. I'll mean to say scripted. Actually, is rigged. It was rigged because Nate Diaz shouldn't let Jake Paul, last that long. You could, especially knowing Nate Diaz is finding his final I mean of his last fight that I saw of him was against Conor McGregor, and he knocked him out and won. And and there was also some controversy happening on that night as well. At the fight, I should say. So yeah. So Jake Paul did. I mean, Jake Paul. Logan Paul did make it to the end to see to be there for his brother's fight. So not only Jake Paul went the distance, but he won again with unanimous decision. Whatever I think it was, I don't know. Of course he does. Of course he wins. Same thing with Floyd Mayweather and all these other fights that Jake Paul is involved. I mean, I'm sorry, not with Mayweather, with other fighters, I should say. I mean, these quote unquote fighters, I should say. Against Jake Paul, they're fixed. These fights are fixed. And here we go again with this whole thing. With the fight being fixed here. Now Nate Diaz didn't get knocked down in the fight, but still he ends up not beating Jake Paul. But Nate, uh, this is ridiculous. All right, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, just give me one moment. Hang tight, and I'll be right back. All right, folks. I'm so sorry for taking this long to come back, but um, I just now have an update about what happened with Sonya Deville. So the injury of Sonya Deville that happened with her ACL being torn happened in the match when Chelsea Green and herself went to SmackDown to go up against Charlotte Flair and Bianca Belair. A promptu match that was made out of nowhere. You know, the whole thing with building up for SummerSlam where can the opponents for SummerSlam coexist with one another. And of what I heard, the spot of what happened with Sonya Deville, where the injury happened during the match, where she went for a pump kick, I think it was, of what I heard, and from there, it was to Bianca Belair, and then from there, she was limping, and she ends up going to tag since Joshua Green got tagged in by Sonya Deville. So this was about what, maybe 2 weeks ago, or this point 3 weeks ago that happened to her. So yeah, and then we come to find out that she's going to be needing surgery, obviously, because it's torn ACL. Of course, you got to have surgery, but the surgery is going to be tomorrow. But yeah, it sucks though, because I heard on Twitter or X, whatever we want to call it, but I heard on Twitter she posted a video, I guess it was, pertains to the women's tag team titles, that it's a curse that anyone touches it is it's like you get cursed. So yeah, like a legit curse. Well, we've been saying it's a curse for the longest time. Hell, this even goes back to the days of when the Fabulous Moolah sabotaged the women's tag team division. There was a story about that one, and it was covered at on Dark Side of the Ring as well. But I guess you could say for the longest time the women's tag team titles in WWE has been a curse since that time. But it sure doesn't make it any better from here. So that's basically the story of that whole thing. And some people suggest, if people with common sense and logic, some people say, well, two things they could do: burn them, burn those belts, never bring them back ever again, because it has been a curse. It has not, made anyone any better. It has not made the women's division any better either. No good has ever came to these women's tag team titles, even when it was demanded to be brought back, to be revived back by Sasha Banks and Bayley when they were teamed up, and then look what happened with that. And you could tell by watching the show how they booked the tag team titles with any of these women wearing those tag belts, especially when you're pairing women's to get to be a tag team that are not even a real tag team. So the fact that that WWE were tested last year, they still wanted to continue this whole thing because they didn't want to be proven wrong by Sasha Banks and Naomi during that time. How they treated the tag team titles and how they treated it, the tag team holders of it as well, and what it was going to do for the whole thing. And then we see how this turns out with bringing back again, with women's getting hurt left and right and all that, and that actually, and some reigns just didn't work out. You know, it just didn't. And it really sucks for Sonya Deville that she had to get hurt because this was her first title she's ever won in WWE since being with the company for that long. And her first title that she wins, she ends up getting hurt. And she's not wrong when she said about the women's second titles. Those are a curse, and she's right. Look at Aaliyah. Look at Liv Morgan. Even look at Dakota Kai. Because wasn't they wrestling trouble for the tag team titles during that night? At least I think they were. But they not only Liv Morgan got hurt, but Dakota Kai got hurt in that match too, which is why Dakota Kai's gonna be out. Has been out for that long. And now you got Sonya Deville, who's out. And poor Chelsea Green, because her first partner was supposed to be with Carmella, but Carmella got pregnant. So Sonya Deville ends up being the second choice. And it was going to work out well, but then again, Sonya Deville unfortunately got hurt. So what are they going to do now? Are they going to find another partner for Chelsea Green? I hope not, because again, there's no need to bring these belts back anymore. So burn them, or and there's another one that someone else stole off as well, or do what Dana Brooke was talking about when she was the 24/7 champion. Get rid of the obviously her her idea at the time when she was interviewed, get rid of the name of the 24/7 championship and make it a women's intercontinental championship. But the thing is with that, the 24/7 belt is gone. So you got those women's tag team belts that are a curse. How about you scrap the women's tag team titles and do something that Dan Brooke wanted the WWE to do in the first when she first conduct that interview with whoever she was conduct that interview with Dana Brooke, and have it to become the women's intercontinental championship. Someone even suggested because you had two sets of belts there of the women's second titles. You can have one for Raw, which is the women's Intercontinental Championship, and I don't know why this is even this is on the mind, but but it was just a suggestion. He's just giving his opinion, but but for SmackDown to have a women's United States Championship. So I don't know. We'll see what they do with that. We'll see. WWE better not do another tournament. They better not have find a replacement for Chelsea Green. Just forget about the women's tag team titles. Yeah, failed and flopped on it when you brought it back, because I didn't care. I really didn't care for for the women's revolution. Didn't care for the to make the women's division better with it. You only do it because you was pleasing the fans and pleasing those that want those tag belts women's to mean something, like Sasha Banks did at one point with Bayley and then with Naomi, and then you did what you did because once again you show your hands that you never did care at all. And when I say they, I mean to the WWE, to those that don't care. Because God knows John Elias didn't care. Bruce Pritchard doesn't care at all, period. And Vince McMahon never cared either. Never did, never did. So that's a suggestion that someone came up with, and I decided to talk about on here with that whole thing. So I wish Sonya Deville best of luck of her recovery. Now she hasn't got the surgery yet, because again, that's not until tomorrow. So when she gets, hopefully her surgery all goes well tomorrow, and whenever that's done, she'll hope she has a speedy recovery, and let's face facts, folks. When it comes to this year alone, 2023, don't expect to see Sonya Deville on TV. In 2023, she's gonna be gone for the rest of the year, and she's not gonna be in the 2024 Royal Rumble because when it comes to the ACL tear, this will take about what 6 to 8 months to recover from that before you're medically cleared to come back and to do what you gotta do. To get back in the ring to get clear from doctors and all that. So yeah, there's no way in hell that Sonya Deville's gonna make it on time to be part of the Women's Royal Rumble. Right now we're looking at we're in August, so we got to September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. So basically, she's not gonna make it to a Rumble. She's not, and she might have a slight chance to make it to WrestleMania, but I doubt that. Unless they want to do a women's battle royal, to bring that back to make him act, for them to act like that means something, and which is not going to mean anything in the long haul. So, unless they do something like that, I don't expect to see Sonya Deville on WrestleMania. She was lucky to even be at WrestleMania this year because Carmella got pregnant. And let's face facts. Sonya Deville would never have gotten the opportunity to be on WrestleMania if Carmella never hadn't gotten pregnant. Had Carmella never had gotten pregnant, it would have been Carmella going to WrestleMania with Chelsea Green, going to those tag titles instead of Sonya Deville. So in a way, she should be and I'm talking about Sonya Deville here. She should be thanking Carmella for having Sonya Deville getting that WrestleMania payday. But there you go. That's all I gotta say from there. But other than that, folks, let me see what's going on with Omega Red. Well, I hope you heard that sirens, folks, because that came out of nowhere. Haven't heard from Omega Red. Haven't heard from Jalen. I don't know what to talk about here, folks. I guess I'll talk briefly about Dark Side of the Ring, pertains to the four episodes that I did match. That I did see. In fact, there's one Dark Side of the Ring episode I don't want to talk about yet. I want to say that for the panel. But pertains to talking about Adrian Adonis and who else was Abdul Adrian the Adonis, Abdul the Butcher, and Bam Bam Bigelow. So let me start with Adrian Adonis because obviously that was the one of the previous episodes that's one of the episodes I need to that I haven't get to talk about yet. So the tragic fall of Adrian the Adonis. The tragic fall of Adrian Adonis as the Adrian the Adonis. So they started off, talking about his background and talking about what him getting into the wrestling business, and talk about how he's a legit tough guy, and he loves his family. Pertains to what he does in wrestling, and behind the scenes of wrestling, with the boys, whatever, he'll do some drugs and like cocaine and drink. He's basically he's one of those guys who sometimes self-destruct in a way. And if you get if you get in the wrong side with him, he'll kick your ass. And for a guy who's that big, he was very agile of it, for his size, or he can him being that athletic. So um so he was married, and I think he had what, but maybe about 3 kids. Either it was 3 kids or 2. But yeah, but um obviously he went to WWF. He came in as Adrian Adonis, wearing the leather jacket, the black leather jacket. Don't know for how long he was still doing that whole thing where he's looking all cool and all that. All of a sudden, this man got a gimmick for him where he's adorable Adrian Adonis, where he's got be a cross dresser, wearing makeup, and have a talk show called The Flower Shop. And his manager was Jimmy Hart, the Mouth of the South. And obviously, this was Goldust before Goldust in the 90s. And they did this in the 80s with him. And he's being called, these type of names, changed to him, looking like what he looks. And and then you got someone like Aiden Street, who has a similar type of gimmick like that he does in the UK in wrestling. Basically, it wouldn't surprise me if they took that type of element, that type of character, that gimmick, and gave it to Adrian Adonis and for him to make it work. And he did make it work, because he acted to the fullest, of that whole thing. And then at one point on TV said that he's gay, which he wasn't really, but he was just playing a role. He's playing a character. But he started getting overweight, by the way, folks. His weight got out of control because of the drugs, the alcohol, him doing too much partying. He was a party animal. Now, when I think about party animals, I think of him acting like having that type of a party style, like a John Belushi. Now, I'm not saying that John Belushi got let himself go either, because John Belushi was in decent shape at the time. He was never overweight like how Adrian Johnson got himself overweight. So Adrian Adonis, he worked with that gimmick, also has some issues back behind the scenes. But when he's at home with his wife and his kids, he's a different person. He's calm, collective, nice, a wonderful husband, a wonderful father, a wonderful human being to be around. They cover some about him and Dan Spivey, their issues, and it's out there, but I'm not gonna get into that. Let's see, I dropped something. Every time I always drop this. Okay, give me a moment, folks. Okay, back to this. Sorry about that.
What do you do?
There we go. So as I was saying, so Adrian Adonis did a match with Roddy Piper for WrestleMania 3, where loser gets their haircut, and obviously he lost. And that was the night. That was the night, by the way, where Bruce the Barber Beefcake was born. Because before he was just Bruce's Beefcake, and I think it was on that same event that he turned babyface too. But that was earlier in the night where and then later on he came back and he ends up being a babyface. So that was basically that's when he had that clipper, that big clipper, that was just just cutting Bush's all. Um, so that was the night that Bruiser Bar Beefcake was born. With him being the barber, and obviously, years later, that's when he has his own talk show as well, the barber shop, which I'm pretty sure is a play from the flower shop. Pertains to that talking segment, and obviously, it pertains to all these talking segments, the talking segments, or these talk shows, whatever. It's a play out from Piper's Pit, obviously, and then obviously you got Jake Roberts' talk show, The Snake Pit. But I digress. But anyways, so that was on that was not the when it came to Adrian Adonis his WrestleMania match against Piper. That was not his last match. Um, he had a couple other matches beforehand before he got released, and then he ended up being back in the Indies, but he was out of shape and all that. He was back to being the Adrian Adonis, without the the adorable gimmick that he had from WWF with the blonde hair and all that. Which probably he's not naturally blonde. He's actually a brunette, or he had black hair, but he had dyed to blonde, because he's supposed to be the modern era at the time of Gorgeous George. So Adrian Adonis, was talked to about you need to get back in shape, man, and he ends up losing 100 pounds, during on the course of his off. And then we get to where he's finally getting his life back together, and then unfortunately tragedy struck. He was involved with other wrestlers in the van. I think it was it was a van that was like some type of vehicle that fit these guys and were used to traveling wherever they got travel to. And 3 out of the 4 unfortunately passed away. 1 survived, and one was a twin brother of I can't remember the name of it, other teams, whatever they were, but it has something to do with with bears, a bear tag team, whatever it was supposed to be. Okay, Mikey Kelly Arco and Pat. Pat Kelly Arco. I guess the Arco twins, and it was Pat Kelly Arco who passed away, while Mike Kelly Arco lived. And the story, they told different stories of this, but the story I've always heard was that they avoid of trying to hit and they were in a van, by the way. They avoid of him of to hit him. They swerve because they avoid of hitting a moose, and then the van fell from a bridge into a creek. I heard because it was, and I also heard stories too, by the way. I think Darcy Rain messages. I heard stories of it where they it was like it was like a boulder, whatever, a rock, whatever, that was basically made the road little bumpy, whatever, and there was no way to avoid the speed that they were going, and unfortunately they fell into the creek. Now, what pertains to one of the fellow wrestlers who was a midget, by the way. In fact, let me double check. Oh no, I'm sorry. There was a midget wrestler. I apologize. My apologies. But one of the wrestlers who went by the name of I think it was Frank, who suffered a head injuries and died a few hours later. Again, and by the way, the driver, I think the driver was one of the twin brothers of Pat Kelly Arco, who was I think he was the driver, and he died instantly. Um, Mike Kelly was the only sole survivor. He had leg injuries. Adrian Adonis though, he was still alive in the van, but he was completely damaged from the crash. So he would have lived if they would have these guys it was these other workers in the business, potentially these workers in the business that could have saved the life of all these people. Now obviously there was no saving one who died instantly, but maybe the other one could have been saved as well. Potentially the head injuries and maybe a slight chance he could have lived. Adrian Dawes could have been the same one too, where he could have lived as well. But of what they said, or what was said, um, when he was still alive, but he was damaged wrecked from that from falling to the creek. With this he may have I think he may have drowned, something like that. I think that's what it was. I think that was the story it was. Okay, so Adrian Dawes had two kids actually, two daughters. So there you go. So basically the two guys were supposed to be there. I mean, three guys. I think it was two. I think it was two guys, but I think it was more than two guys that worked for them. You know, the crews. When it to when it with the Arco twins, they could have helped out them from this wreck, but instead they robbed them, especially from Adrian Adonis, who and then they went to the hotel rooms wherever that they were staying in, and then took everything from there as well. Like, wow, these motherfuckers, no souls, on the worst human beings, the worst scums of the earth that you can ever hear, and they got caught, and of course the wife press charges on them too, because who would do that? Who will rob a dead guy? Pieces of shits. That's who. That don't give a shit, because they don't get because their lives are so fucking bad. They gotta pull a shit like that type of shit like that. Those are the type of people that you don't ever want to associate with. Hell, I'll, if I was in that situation where that has happened, I would never do anything like that. And I'm pretty sure with the panels with me out here, they will be alongside with me as well. Pertains to if they were in their shoes, they would never rob them like that. These are supposed to be it's supposed to be a brotherhood here, but since still working in the business, and this is how they do, and this is how they do things. Just shows you what type of people they are. So, but Adrian Adonis, may he rest in peace. And it's a shame that this tragedy happened. But I feel more bad for. Obviously I feel bad for the family and the entire families of their loss. But I also feel bad more. I feel more bad for Mike Kelly. Mike Kelly Arco, who lost his twin brother, unfortunately, because they did a lot together. Obviously, because they're twins, and it's really sad that he lost his brother during that crash. So rest in peace to those that passed away, and I'm so sorry to Mike Kelly Arco for the loss of his twin brother. And I hope he's doing well. That was also the ring for against Adrian Adames. I do the butcher. Let's get to him because I do the butcher. Legacy of Blood. I do the butcher. Of what I heard, I think he grew up. He was born and raised in let's see. Oh, in Canada. Okay, I'll think of some. I'll think of some other places. But yeah, he was he's from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. But he was built from the Sudan, which is why he became the madman from the Sudan because of what he's about. Because he is Abdul the Butcher. Real name Lawrence Robert Sherrill. I think I say his last name. I could be wrong, but I digress. But he's known to be the most violent and bloody hardcore wrestler of all time in all of his matches. And there's a good reason for it. So some people may call him Abby because of his name, Abdul the Butcher. Abby. So Abdul the Butcher is known for his for those type of hardcore matches, which is bloody love. Not just making himself bleed, but to make his opponents bleed. And he has a secret for that too, which is to hitting razor blades, and which is his taped up fingers, and he cuts himself open. He talks about his mother, working at a church, but doesn't like how she's working at the church, which is to how the type of job they have her do. So he would sell. Well, he would buy some type of cane, whatever, that he would sell them, whatever. But it didn't work out well, and he ends up doing some other job. I can't remember what other job he had. I remember he dropped out of second grade though, so with that he never learned how to read or write, and that will come later on about what happened with that story. But then he has again some other type of job. I can't remember what other type of job they said on Dark Side of the Ring, but and then one guy convinced him, you should be in the wrestling business. And he's like, now I'll do that stuff. And he's like, you can make a lot of money doing that though. And Abby's like, okay, I guess I'll give it a shot. And he did. And and they never mentions on Doctor Rain, but he had other names before he was Abdul the Butcher. But then once he became Abdul the Butcher, that's when he started picking things up of his wrestling career. When he started making a lot of money, and then going to places like Japan and Puerto Rico, whatever else that pertains to name value for someone like an Abdul the Butcher, of what he could bring to the table. And he brought fear to a lot of wrestling fans, especially to obviously, especially to the kids. So Abby had enough money, I guess, to finally tell his mom to quit the job. Because this is Abby's words here. Abby went to the job that his mom worked at, and say, I don't want you working here anymore. Let's get you out here. You don't have to work a day of your life ever again. So there you go. And they show his matches with Abdul the Butcher. Abdul the Butcher. He's wrestling against himself now. But with matches with Mick Foley, Bruiser Brody, among others. And I'll get to the other guy that he had a match as well. But Abdul Butcher's known to make people he's known for drawing a lot of blood. One moment, folks. I just got a message. Be right back. All right, folks, I'm back. I apologize. It's Jalen. His power's due out, unfortunately, but he's texting me right now. Um, so I'm assuming he didn't get to watch Raw, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, so right now he's on text. He's on. Gonna send me some message. But let me continue. So again, where I left off with Abdul the Butcher. He's not the at least hardcore matches and all that. Most likely he's not to do with Bruiser Brody, who's his biggest rival in there, and they were on to to also have these type of matches in Puerto Rico, but it pertains to Carlos Colon. Fuck Carlos Colon, by the way. Now let's get to the part with him getting into trouble with Hannibal. And we all know what Hannibal was all about. Pertains to which part he was part of this documentary. So Hannibal was good at one point, good friends with Abdul the Butcher, and looked up to Abdul the Butcher as his mentor or whatever, and his hero or whatever. Like kind of how McCoy felt like too, pertains to Abdul the Butcher. So they had a match at one point where Hannibal he was going by the name of Devon what was his last name? And by the way, he's also Canadian, by the way. But let me see. His name should be around here somewhere. That's nothing. I think Abdul Butcher's other job was he was you know c- uh you know you know martial arts or whatever, something like that, karate to do judo, karate, whatever, and everything, to do martial arts stuff. Yeah, I remember that actually, and he also uses that type of thing in wrestling. Okay, so there you go. But let me see. There we go. Nicholson. There you go. That's his last name. Hannibal Devin Nicholson. So, but he was just Devin Nicholson. So they had a match at one time, and I think it was in a cage match where Abdullah opened him up, and apparently it was that was the thing about that was that pertains to Abdullah using the blade. He uses the same blade that he uses all the time, just like he uses his fork, which is the same fork that he uses every time. Doesn't I guess he doesn't bother to wash it or whatever. At least that's what I've been heard, and I'm not saying that's what Josh the Rings mentioned in this one, but I'm saying it always seems to a lot of people telling the stories about this, from before Josh the Ring, where I hear stories about Abdul Butcher never I guess he never washes the blood off whoever pertains to using the fork and the blades whatever. So he uses the same blade, the same fork, whatever. I mean, maybe he does wash it, but at the same time, that's still disgusting to do. And, especially when you get in the ring and you want to do that to your opponents, even to yourself. That's disgusting and is unprofessional and is not good, not good at all. So this happened to Devin Nicholson, and apparently that led to Hep C, some kind of blood illness. Yeah, hepatitis C. That's what it's called, hepatitis C. Because Abdul may have had that too, and he may yeah, and we have I'm pretty sure we have other wrestlers has had that as well, but Um, Devon, Devon, Devon Nicholson blames Abdul the Butcher for giving him hepatitis C, and because of that, that caused you know Devon Nicholson to get a job with WWE to be because he did wrestle in WWE a few times before, that I'm pretty sure like in dark matches and one time I think on SmackDown or Velocity, I can't remember exactly, but yeah, but there he was on the show wrestling. That's like kind of right. And he was going and he was on his way, but then the company said to him, you can't because you get hepatitis C. Well, that didn't stop John Laurinaitis having Cowboy Bob Orton to be in that match with Undertaker and Randy Orton Hell in a Cell where he had the bleeding and he had hepatitis C as well. I'm talking about Bob Orton. So what's the difference between Cowboy Bob Orton and Devin Nicholson? Because Cowboy Bob Orton is a legend and a Hall of Famer, and meanwhile you got a young up and coming guy. Well, which by the way, that's not gonna happen anytime soon. That's been dead. Or even if he were to be brought into WWE, if he didn't have that blood illness, that we'll get to more of that later, by the way. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you get what I mean with that whole thing, That was wrong. That was good. That was during the 2000s. So what was different from there? Because this was 2005. It was around that. Yeah, it was around that time, 2005. I'm assuming that happened, and that was around that same year that Cowboy Bob Orton, was all in the match with Undertaker and Randy Orton. He on the and, the story, the plot of the story, the plot line of that match was Orton was going to bleed. But John Laurinaitis knew that because that hepatitis C because Bob Orton told me he has hepatitis C. He said I can't, but he told me it's got to be done because John Laurinaitis is a fucking idiot. And obviously this obviously pissed off the Undertaker to no end because he didn't know about that until afterwards. One moment, folks. Sorry about that. So yeah, but yeah, the point is, I'm gonna be on his other name, his nickname, Hannibal. He blames Abdul the Butcher for costing him his dream job in WWE. So he sued him, and Abby didn't know what he was being sued for because she couldn't read or write. So he has a lady who's his assistant, whoever I think she was, or housekeeper. I can't remember exactly, but she was explaining to him on how he's being sued and everything. And how much it's going to cost him, and he was very sad about it. This is happening to him to a point where he was crying. Because he couldn't, he couldn't afford, that, and he lost the lawsuit, whatever, against basically the handbook, because it's been, it is an autopsy about Abdullah, having hepatitis C, that, but same time, how do we know how do we really know that it was caused by Abdul the Butcher when because there's other footage, thanks to other wrestlers having hepatitis C, that he's probably been in the ring with and wherever. Could Devin Nicholson be full of shit? He could be, but he did have the evidence at the end of the day, so who knows? But that's basically what the gist of the that this whole thing was. Once friends, but not anymore because Hannibal has nothing nice to say about Azure the Butcher. After all that. In a way, I would say I feel sorry and feel a lot of sympathy for 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 Hannibal, but I don't feel any sympathy at all for Hannibal after the incident that he caused. What was it? What last year he did that, or 2022, 2 years ago in the way. After what he did to that poor referee, because for those who don't know, well, he's going to work his gimmick as the Blood Hunter, but he's going to be wrestling Carlito, and the referee was volunteered to be a bleeder because Carlito refused to be the bleeder in that match, against this idiot in Hannibal who didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and he blames everything else but himself. He blames the mask. He blames the ENTs. He blames the promoters. He blames the referee who's supposed to bleed, who's supposed to be a bleeder, who doesn't bleed to his um to however he wants to, however the Hannibal wanted him to bleed. He blames he blames the blade that he used, whatever, that type of blade that was given to him from Kevin Sullivan, who's on that show, whatever, or whoever he no one is to blame but him. No one is to he's not to blame, but everyone else is to blame for what happened on that night. So yeah, I feel I had no sympathy for him. In a way, I kind of feel a little sympathy for Abdul the Butcher, but at the same time, like I can't have any sympathy for someone who's used the same blades and same old fork that even the matter if he did wash it, or in the worst, or in the worst way, if he didn't wash it, it's still not good to using the same fork and same blades that you've been using. So that so yeah, but I'll start the ring for that one. I think I'll do the Butcher. All right, so let me get you on with the next one. Before I do, let me see this message from Jalen. Just give me one moment. Okay. Let me just say something to Jalen before I move on. Okay. Now, one more to go through, and that is Bam Bam Bigelow, the Beast from the East. They show some early footage photos. Well, and they're also full of footage as well. But Bam Bam Bigelow, your real name Scott Bigelow. What was his full name, by the way? Bam Bam Charles. Bam Bam Charles Scott Charles Bigelow, I should say. Sorry, but yeah, they show early pictures of him with hair, which is kind of strange. For me, it's strange to see him with hair because he's always been bald with a tattoo of flaming fire that he's got, which is why he's that's his one of his trademarks in a way and all. So and that's his stick. It's like he's a guy who's on fire because he is the beast from the east. That's it. So, but there you go, folks. That was there was some some photos of Bam Bam, with hair and all that and everything, and I'm trying to remember just some stories about him before he got into wrestling. But I think he may have been some. I think he was like a bouncer. But yeah, he grew up in New Jersey. He grew up in the streets where he's street smart. However, he's he's been a lot of fights in the streets. I think he's been like in the gang. Whatever. I think he was in the gang. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, but he's known to be a tough guy, obviously. So, he decided to get into the wrestling business. And by the way, before he got to the wrestling business, he met up with Diamond Dallas Page. They known each other for a long time, and then he ends up being the rest. And and obviously, and I don't remember exactly how he got in the wrestling business, but I think he was trained by Larry. Larry. His name should be here. Yeah, Larry Sharp. Larry Sharp, trained them. And Bam Bam ends up being in the wrestling business and started wrestling from here and there. Then got to the big leagues in WWF. And Darren Dallas Page was watching TV with him on there. And he's like, I can't believe he made it. And Darren Dallas Page, he was in the wrestling business before he met Bam Bam Bigelow. But to see how he made it, on TV in the before he made it big, is amazing. So he was pushed to main event status there at the time. Bam Bam Bigelow, being with Hulk Hogan and feuding with guys like Andre the Giant, which Andre the Giant took advantage of him because he's like, who are you to get this opportunity, just like that. When guys like me, and I'm talking about Andre the Giant, had to pay our dues. So basically, he made him pay his dues, that. And that was really unfair to Bam Bam, because Bam Bam was put in that position. He didn't do anything wrong other than being put in that position where they look at this guy like, who just got the kid? He's cocky and all that. That he's getting this opportunity. That we've been working our asses off to get this opportunity. But he didn't look at it that way, and he wasn't. And I don't think he was like, I don't think he was a cocky person and all. But that's how they made him out to be. That's how that's how they made him feel, like he was cocky. So, Bam Bam had enough and left, and he went to Japan. He got better, and he also got better of his attitude. Again, I guess he must have had an attitude, according to them, and then obviously he got better of it, and he had a second chance, but this time, when he came in, by the way, he was a heel. I mean, when he came in, I should say he was a babyface. For a guy who's in flames, his suit, his body suit was is in flames, and a tattoo that's got flames, that you think that's a bad guy wrestler there. No, he actually came in as a babyface, and then obviously he came back again, but this time as a heel. And and again right back to that right back into the scene where he's good. You look at he's a big star, and he obviously got this spot, opportunity to be in the in the main event of WrestleMania against Lawrence Taylor, and he was the only guy that the company trusted on him to make Lawrence Taylor look good, and he did, you know, and from there, Bam Bam thought, he's gonna get a big monster push there because that was gonna be where he's gonna end up turning babyface, which he did, leaving DiBiase's faction, and he thought he could be be a main man there from there. But then that was around the time where Shawn Michaels ends up being a babyface, after Psycho Sid turned on him, and and in the process of that, Psycho Sid ends up being part of Money Inc. at the time as well. So either way, Sid was taking the spot that Bam Bam Bigelow was in in the heel faction. And then eventually, was like I said, it's going to be look as a big star in that company. Obviously, because he's big and everything, but it's not that's that. But Chaka is a good wrestler, and he connects with the crowds. Even Bam Bam Bigelow, he's connected with the crowds too as well. But unfortunately, things didn't work out that way for Bam Bam Bigelow later on, and he ends up leaving because he left because I'm pretty sure he was promised some things that that they commit to. No surprise there. What we heard from before in WWE. He's just one, by the way. But this is how this happened in 2014. Look how it ended up. But Bam Bam left. He went to ECW, and he and Taz had a great feud there. Taz was on the show talking about Bam Bam, and those two guys were great on together. I think Shane Deck was on the show too as well, talking about Bam Bam. But we also got to talk about Bam Bam of his drug problems too, and all. Not just his drug problems, but his alcohol problems as well. But it's more like of his drug problems. Because and he was a family man too and all, where he was married, he had kids, he had 3 kids. That's what I'll talk about, by the way. I was talking about the whole thing with 3 kids. I was actually talking about Bam Bam, not Adrian Adonis. Adrian Adonis, that they had kids, but with 2 daughters. But Bam Bam had two sons and 1 daughter, and the daughter was great in this episode. Even his 2 sons were great, and his ex-wife was great as well. But Bam Bam's 2 kids, his sons, one of them looks like him. Like, wow, that's crazy. And his daughter was so adorable. And on the episode of Dark Side of the Ring. Unfortunately, her daughter, last image of Bam Bam was him falling asleep on the wheel where she was there as well. And she knew that something like that was wrong with her dad. To the point where she said, "I need to take piss with her, right?" It was just all, because her dad was not himself, kind of wheels because of drug habits that he's been doing all. And because of that whole thing, this led to his wife, divorcing him to get his shit together because he's got a drug problem, which he has, but he's always been in denial of his drug problems. There was a story here they told here about him saving kids in a fire. There's been different stories about that was told of it, but I don't remember much of it. A story was told, but I always been told of this. Always been heard of the story that's been told that he saved kids from a burning building, and he suffered degree burns, whatever. I don't know how many how many numbers of burns that he suffered of those degrees, but he did suffer those burns, but of it. But there's different stories of it. I was told, and what was true, was not true about that whole thing. But I always believe, at the time, I always believed that he saved some kids' lives from a burning building, wherever that happened. But and then, and it didn't help the case at all, but just gain gain more painkillers and all that, and or whatever type of drugs he was also on as well. And unfortunately, that was let's see, his son was going to visit him, but his son, but Bam Bam wasn't there. I guess but since his son wanted to visit just wanted to see his dad, and then Bam Bam called him up and said that he's sorry that that we couldn't see each other or whatever. And I guess the son went off on him or whatever or something like that. I don't remember exactly just how that discussion happened, whatever. Um, and then um, they showed the son where they did a reaction of his son. I guess he was in the middle of class, whatever. Or like like in the hallway, but he's we about to go to the next class, whatever, or something like that. I can't remember exactly, or that was the end of class, whatever. He got the call from I think from the mother or someone to let to spread the bad news about Bam Bam Bigelow has passed away. And there you and that's and there you go. It's unfortunate what happened with Bam Bam Bigelow, how his life ended, because he loved his family and everything, but the drugs got the best of him, where he cared more about the drugs than he did about his family. That he cared about and it tends to the doctor that was providing those drugs for him, those prescriptions that was given to Bam Bam. So it was unfortunate that he let the drugs get the best of him, and then took his life by when he overdosed. He it's unfortunate that happened, but what can you do? And and he could have done something to really went fought through the process of getting help and everything, but he refused to get any help, and it cost him. It cost him his life, cost him his kids, cost him everything that he could have done a lot more if he would have taken actual care of himself. And that was it. Um, but the kids are fine. For instance, the Bam Bam's kids, they're fine. They're doing great. So not much to say. And I'm gonna and that's what I'm gonna end it from there, folks. I'm gonna say for the other one, there's the final episode about Marginetti. That's gonna be something to see. That's gonna be the final the season finale of the Dark Side of the Ring until the next time. Until they do the next season of Dark Side of the Ring, which the next one's gonna be the fifth season. Yeah, the next next episode, next Dark Side of the Ring episode will be season 4. Whenever that happens. But that won't happen until May of 2023, I guess. So so there you go. Let me see what's going on with Omega right now. All right. Let me see here. So I heard from Omega Red that he's not gonna make it until like 12 a.m. At his time. So at his time right now is 11:54, and for my time obviously is 12:54. So I don't know. I'll wait for I'll hear from him before I call before I decide to call it. That I never know. Yeah, I'm about to call it. But I already got nothing else to add here. I mean, I could talk about AEW for a little bit, but other than that, I don't know. I'll wait for him. I'll wait for him to see if he says anything. Um, so pertains to AEW, they started announcing some matches, potential matches that's gonna be happening for All In. So with that being said, may pull up the card if there is gonna be I know Rain has one card already that's been added, but before I get to that whole thing, let's get to what's going on with All In. Excuse me. That food was good. I'm just saying. All In 2023. And the billboard, the poster, is MJF versus Adam Cole. Cool. All right, we got the matches. So far, MJF defending his AEW World Championship versus Adam Cole is still happening. Obviously, but as far as what happened on Collision, because Saturday night's alright for fighting. Oh, speaking of Collision, yeah, let me bring this up right now. Collision. Let me bring up the other results here. I got something to say about the show itself, Collision, which I thought was a good show, by the way. No surprise here, by the way, which is Collision. Of course, it was gonna be a good show. It's been booked by people that actually take the wrestling business seriously. Unlike the conflict Bucks. I think I already mentioned something about Jalen, about his powers still out. I don't remember about doing that, but his powers still out though, so I don't think he was gonna be able to make it. So as far as Omega Red, I haven't heard from him yet, but hopefully I do hear from him. He said he is getting he's good. I mean, he said he's gonna be there like at 12 from his time, but I don't know if that NBC's close. I'm trying to find out if he is getting close, but again, let me just get to the show. AEW Collision. With the opening here, it was Brian Cage and W. Morrissey, accompanied by Prince Nana, to go up against the AEW World Tag Team Champions, FTR, Dax Harwood, and Cash Wheeler. Because W. Morrissey and Brian Cage won the tag team battle royal from Rampage, they earned a shot against the tag team titles. Against the tag team champions, I should say. And Brian Cage was cosplaying as Sting once again. The face paint, the tights, and all. So, and the match happens, and the match itself was decent. You have W. Morrissey, who looked like he was lost in some spots, but overall, the match itself was decent, with FTR winning with the big rig and gets the win. After the match, FTR gets on a microphone and said they have some unfinished business, and they call out the Young Bucks for a match at Wembley Stadium for All In. The rubber match, basically. Bucks won one match against them from Full Gear. FTR won another match against them from the Dynamite episode from 2022. Yeah, 2022. And now they're gonna do it again at All In. All the conflict books have to do is to accept the challenge, and we'll hear. And I'm pretty sure we'll hear from him on Dynamite. So yeah, it's gonna be one of the matches that's opposite that's gonna happen for All In. So and FTR better win by the way. Tony Schiavone was speaking with Juice Robinson and a a cardboard of Jay White. You know, just stand one of the standees, Jay White, and then you know Jay White actually shows up. He actually did show up because he's scheduled to have a match against Metalik, which we'll get to later. And you have the Guns there as well. And they act like they really are acting like they're D Generation X, you know, acting all goofy and everything. You know, basically this is DX 2.0. So AEW TBS Championship. Chris Standard defends it against Mercedes Martinez. Match happens, ends up being pretty good. I enjoyed this match for what it was. Mercedes Martinez was dominating the match, by the way, for the most part. But yeah, but Chris Standard was gaining some momentum. And every time she's she tried pick that up, pick some steam of momentum, she gets cut off right there by Mercedes Martinez, who's a veteran in the wrestling business. But yeah, this was pretty good. I was enjoying this match for what it was. And in the end, Chris Standard gets the win by creating her up, stacking her up with a pin and getting the win. Basically, upsetting Mercedes Martinez. And then Mercedes Martinez blinds sides her from attack her from behind. And then of all people coming out, it was Diamante running down and appeared as she was going to be just save Chris Standard. But then she turns on Chris Standard and joins along with Mercedes Martinez to beat up on Chris Standard. And then Will Nightingale came out for the save. And the crowds there love Will Nightingale. Which, by the way, the crowds were at where were we at again? Oh yeah, Greensville, South Carolina. So yeah, there you go. Now I wonder where Kiera Hogan's going to stand in all this, because we all know Kiera Hogan's relationship with Diamante, behind the scenes. Those two are real life couples. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. So we'll see. There's no Kiera Hogan on this show, but we'll see how this transpires next week. Let's see. All right, we go. Tony Schiavone interviews the former AEW Women's World Champion, Toni Storm. Toni Storm said she wasn't going to freak out like Tony expected her to after her losing her belt, and then also she starts losing her mind because she was calm and collective, that, and then she started losing her mind and everything, and then walks off, and that was it. I'm assuming that's going to be the match going to be building up for Hikaru Shida versus Toni Storm, a rematch for All In, for which we shall see. I still think it's going to be Saraya. I think it might be Saraya, but we'll see. I mean, either way, I would prefer Toni Storm over Saraya. So we shall see. The Ring of Honor World Television Champion Samoa Joe defeats Serpentico. Coquina Clutch. There you go. Nothing to say about the match. I knew it was gonna be a squash. It didn't even last. It didn't even last 10 seconds. That's how long the match. That's how short the match was. But it wasn't about the match itself. It was about Samoa Joe addressing the real world champion. The fact that their last battle ended in a roll up. And before Coins Punk out for a match at All In, which that one you could tell that one right there you could tell what it's going to lead to. When Samoa Joe yells at Punk, he only gets the coordinating of this week to respond, promising something much more violent if he has to wait until next week. So we shall see if Punk addresses that next week. Speaking of next week, which is this coming Saturday, there was an announcement that was made that's going to involve CM Punk, which we'll get to. Andre Idolo with his reveal package about his luchador mask, and his feud with House of Black is not over yet. So, which I'm glad it's not, because we still need that match between Malachi Black versus Andrade El Idolo. Judge Barney, you had a sit down interview with The Acclaim about what happened with Billy Gunn. Apparently he's retired, and Billy blames himself for what happened in the trios match, against the House of Black for the titles. And Anthony Bowens was crying. I mean, he wasn't crying like like he's wimping and all, or his eyes getting puffy or whatever. But you could tell, he was getting emotional talking about it. And Maskcaster, had a few things to say, but that was basically it. So, and they did thank Billy Gunn though. So now we get to the AEW Trios Championship match. House of Black going up against Action Andretti, Dante Martin. I mean Darius Martin, excuse me. Not Dante Martin ain't back yet. And Lee Johnson, who's now a babyface now, and is no longer with QT Marshall. Okay. Well, wait. But anyways, hold on a second, folks. There we go. So sorry about that, folks. So now pertains to the what they call the house rules match. The opponents gets to have a stipulation here, and the stipulation was Julia Hart is banned from ringside. They were smart enough to come up with that before anyone else did. So that's what happened. But it didn't make a difference, because at the end of the day, even though it was a good match, we all knew who's winning here. And of course, House of Black retains, because the house always wins. And then afterwards, we get an announcement that the House of Black will defend their Trios Championships against CMFTR. What? Holy shit. I did not see that coming. So I can't wait to see that match. That's going to be fire. And that might be the main event. We shall see. Powerhouse Hobbs was interviewed by Tony Schiavone. Before he could say anything, QT Marshall interrupts. And basically, he got a gift for Powerhouse Hobbs. He also had Holly Cameron there as well. And Powerhouse Hobbs, is still doing his own thing, and walks off. But he's like, but thanks for the gift, though. And also, QT Marshall said a gift as well, where it tends to have an opponent for him for All Out, whatever. So I don't know. But it didn't work out anyway, because,
Rose, where does Cody go from here?
Yeah, where does Cody Rhodes come from here? I'm sorry. Christian Cage with Luchasaurus, the TNT champions, in a way, I guess you could say. And apparently Christian Cage had his daughter with him, who looked like, she was slightly scared or bored or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what was going on with that facial of Christian Cage's daughter there. But Christian says, he wants to show how much of a role model that he is. He's a role model to kids, especially to his own kids. And then his daughter interrupts by saying, if she could hold the title. And then Christian, I love this. Christian tells her, "Did you win this?" and basically, tells her to go find your mom. And then as she leaves to go find her mom, Christian tells the security to to escort out of the building. That I guess she was historical, whatever. Oh my God, man, this was I love this. This was great. I love Christian Cage, man. This is why he's the best heel ever, man. Only Christian Cage can get away with something like that of being a heel. Oh man. I mean, yeah, we can have heels to do that as well, but nothing more entertaining than Christian Cage as a heel. This is why I love Christian Cage being a heel. I don't mind being a babyface either, but if you ask me, which role he's better at, with of what how he can deliver in pro wrestling, with Christian Cage or Christian, whichever you want to say to of him as, doesn't matter if he's in WWE or wherever else he's in. His best role is a heel because of stuff like this. But that was basically it for that, folks. But he was going to promo Darby Allin for a bit, so there you go. Oh man, I love that. I loved it. So we get Metalik versus Jay White, and then you have the Guns on commentary with the cutout Jay White behind them. Oh, by the way, Patrick McGinnis and Ian Riccaboni were color commentators. I mean, with the commentary teams, I should say. The color commentary is Anna Patrick McGinnis. The play-by-play is Ian Riccaboni. So the match happens. I wasn't really into the match that much, but Jay White wins. I mean, it was longer than Samoa Joe and Serpentico. I'll say that. And there you go. That's basically it. We had a video package of Hikaru Shida and Anna Jay of their history. It's basically Anna Jay talking about how Hikaru Shida took advantage of her when she was a rookie. You know, pertains to Anna Jay's first match in AEW. And then when it pertains to her being, you know, in the Dark Order. And, you know, they had the match again. She still took advantage of her, who's 1 year off of being a rookie. And she's gonna get an opportunity of her title on Dynamite against her. Meanwhile, before she gets, I don't know if that's gonna happen first or it's gonna happen or first. But first she's got be in this meeting with the Jericho Appreciation Society. But we'll see what happens first. I don't know if that's gonna be the main event, which is to this whole JAS meeting. Or what? I don't know. We'll find out. But at the same time, I'm looking at this video package and I say to myself, this is basically the same thing that NJ had said before when she had that match against Hikaru Shida, which is to build up their match before, where I was a rookie, you took advantage of this rookie and all that, blah blah blah. I feel like it's the same old shit that we've seen already. I don't know. I don't know. It was. Hey, Tokyo Dominic, what's up? You basically say don't trust Nakamura. Well, yeah, I guess not. Yeah, after we did tonight, I guess. But at the same time, yeah, if anyone did not see that coming, yeah, sure, it's in the coming. As soon as Nakamura said he wanted, he was gonna volunteer, and then they zoom, and then we saw the look on Nakamura's face, where Taste had that smirk on his face. Yeah, sure, know what was gonna happen at the end of that show. Nakamura was going to turn on on Seth freaking Rollins. Sure enough, he did, and I knew that was coming. Anyone didn't see that coming? I don't know how I didn't see that coming. So, but anyways, Jim Ross, he makes his way on commentary with Ian Riccaboni and Patrick McGinnis, and JR looks and feels a lot better and sounds a lot better than before. Because last time he was on Collision, the first night, he didn't sound good at all. He didn't look good at all. But this time around, he actually is. He's looking a lot better. Never looked better, So he's back and better than ever. So Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, who's a special guest referee on the outside of the ring. So we get this match between the real world champion CM Punk defending against absolute Ricky Starks. Match happens, pretty good match, and they're still questioning if Ricky Starks is a heel or a babyface. You know, after tonight, there's no question, there's no doubt about it now. But Ricky Starks will still do this thing where he's trying to cheat to win and everything. Um, Ricky Steamboat sees this. We did get a referee bump by the way. Ricky Steamboat was basically was you know making sure that he was fair to both CM Punk and Ricky Starks, and he was. And and they're having a good match and all. We get a referee bump in the process of it. Ricky Starks has his foot on the rope, even though there's no referee. But Ricky Steamboat's got to be the guy to do the count because since referee was too out. But Ricky Steamboat sees this and pushes his legs off, saying, "No, you cannot cheat." And then the match continue on between Punk and Starks for a while, and then Punk goes for a cover on Starks, and Steamboat gets in the ring because at this point referee was going to get back up and goes for the count, and Ricky Starks loses. So Punk is still your real world champion. Your real world champion. And Ricky Steamboat raises his hand up for infantry. All of a sudden, Starks attacks both guys from behind, takes out Punk out of the ring, and goes to Steamboat by taking his belt off of him, his leather belt, and starts whipping him. Punk tries to get in there, but Starks can't cut him off. Keeps whipping Ricky's dragging Steamboat, only for Punk to finally get in there with a steel chair, chases away Starks. Starks tries to get back in the ring. Punk goes after him with a steel chair. Starks runs away, and then Punk throws his chair, but he misses. But he was close though. And then Punk goes right back to Steamboat, and Dr. Sampson in there, and that's how the show goes off the air. So yeah, great show. That was a great show. AEW Collision did once again, no surprise. Man. All right, let me see what's going on with Omega Red before anything, folks. Sorry about that, folks. Don't know why it kicked me out, but I went to check my message, and all of a sudden I got kicked out. But Omega Red didn't answer back, so it's been 30 minutes. So, folks, I'm gonna call it a night. It's unfortunate that Jalen couldn't make it because his power came out. His power went out. Nothing he couldn't do. Nothing that he couldn't avoid. Omega Red, he hasn't answered back. So, I don't know if he's back already or whatever. But hey, I try my best to stay as long as I can. But unfortunately, I can't anymore now. So folks, hope you enjoyed this. Hope you enjoyed the before the watch portion of the show. Hope you enjoyed me doing the watch along. I really should have put myself on camera, to do the watch along on all this and all that. But at the same time, I was in the middle of talking about the SummerSlam show as well. It tends to, you know, you know, everything that I wanted to get out of the way before the I could watch Raw, but but that didn't work out as I thought it would. But and thank you for all being part of the after watch portion of it, where I try to do my best to stay as long as I can to see if Galen will come on and Omega Ray will come on, but no go, no cigar, unfortunately. But I did the best I can. The whole I talked about Dark Side of the Ring, which is the shorts, the episodes I talked about, and I talked about Collision. I talked about Sonya Deville. I talked about something that could be moving forward for WWE. After SummerSlam. I talked about some things about that was going to lead to All Out. Like for example, FTR challenging the Young Bucks for the tag team titles. Samoa Joe challenging CM Punk for the real World Championship. Because obviously Punk wasn't going to lose against Ricky Starks, but still a good match though. And who knows what we'll be seeing if Tony Storm is going to get that rematch against Hikaru Shida at All In. I don't know what else I could do. What it feels to building up for All In. And by the way, I got mentions too. By the way, Pac is hurt. He just came back, and we're to having 3 matches. Just come back to the company for AEW, Ring of Honor, and he's hurt. I don't know how bad he's hurt, but he's hurt, which means he will not make it to All In, and I don't think he's going to make it to All Out as well, and it sucks. It really sucks that he's not going to be part of All Out, especially for All In. And as far as Scorpio Sky, now I know what his injury is. It's got to be from his ankle or something. Is because I heard he was in crutches. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, that I can bring up that I can bring up to all you folks is that he was on crutches, and whatever match he had, or something that happened, that ended up being in crutches, and that's probably why the match between Christian Cage and Darby Allin is happening for All Out. So now I don't know what they're gonna do for All Out, which is now I know All Out, All In. Now I don't know what they're gonna do for All In though for Darby Allin. If they want him to have a match against AR Fox, whoever, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Unless they want to do something, like a 6-man tag team, that's going to involve, Swerve Strickland, AR Fox, and whoever they want to put in there, to go up against Darby Allin, Nick Wayne, and maybe Sting comes back, and then they talk about Chris Jericho versus Will Ospreay, huh? Well, I don't understand. I'm not interested. If anything, I'm interested more to seeing Will Ospreay versus a Kenny Omega, which now that how that's going to happen, because I think they had other plans for Kenny Omega for All In. I don't know what that could be, but you tell me that's not a better match than to have again than Chris Jericho, then have Chris Jericho and Will Ospreay. My God. I don't mind Chris Jericho being on the show though, because you want the crowds to do the sing along of Judas, and I don't mind that. But we'll see. But I still want Will Ospreay to be on the show though. So if we're gonna have that, then whatever, by all means. Jericho ain't gonna win anyways. It should be Will Ospreay winning. And we'll see what else they do. Build up for All In. But in the meantime, folks, I'm gonna end it from here. I'm getting tired. I'm about to zone out. But thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. for International Born Thriller. This was your watch along, which is to WWE RAW from August 7th, 2023, pertains to the Raw after the Slam. And I'm out. That's for now. Until next time, be well, stay safe, take care of yourself, everything that's going on in the world, to take care of yourselves and each other. Take care.